आईसी ऑफिशियल्स पे ना दादा।
अरे वो सारे आपके पैनल वाले भी चढ़ा दिए
सब चढ़ गए थे।
और देखो आए भाई।
Hello, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
हेलो उस पे मंत्री जी ना आए
Hello, mic check.
तो उनका फिर डिस्प्ले ना हो जाए बस ये।
Hello, mic check.
आपका मैसेज
Hey,
ग्रुप
hey.
में आया था कर दिए।
Hello.
लिंक लिंक पे नहीं करा, मैं डायरेक्टली चैनल पे जा रहा हूँ।
डायरेक्ट चैनल पे कभी भी नहीं है। डायरेक्ट चैनल
क्यों नहीं आएगा?
यूजर भी फोन करते हैं।
कहाँ है लिंक? भेजो मुझे, लाओ। पहले मेरे को लिंक दो आप।
यूजर क्या बोल रहा है?
छोड़ दो ना link।
दे दो दे दो। चेक करो
अरे मुझे दे दो।
चेक करो। लगा रहा है ना? क्या है? सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर। राइट सर सब ठीक है। मोर ऑन ट्राई कंप्लीट।
आ रहा है। आईसी ऑफिशियल्स में क्यों नहीं आ रहा? ये चैनल कोई और है क्या? खाली आईसी है।
Hello. I'll all request you to please take your respective seats. Esteemed dignitaries, friends from media, professionals, PGIP students and our family members. On behalf of IICA, it is my proud privilege to welcome all the participants on this momentous occasion of first ever convocation ceremony being held today. The convocation procession led by dignitaries will enter the hall shortly. I request everyone, as mark of respect of the dignitaries, to please rise to welcome the procession. Keep the claps going to encourage budding talent for accomplishing the rare feat today. While students of 6th batch of PGIP are requested to take their designated seats, I request the Director General, Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh Ji, and the Head, Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy, Shri Sudhakar Shukla Ji, to kindly guide the esteemed dignitary to the dais. We welcome the august presence of the Chairperson, Unclad President NCLT, Secretary MCA, and DG CEO IICA on the dais. All are requested to rise as mark of respect to the national song. All the students are requested to place their respective seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The truest light we can kindle is the light of intellect, for when the mind is illuminated, the path ahead becomes perfectly clear. Therefore, before we formally open the proceedings of the Convocation cum National Convention hosted by the IICA in association with AIPE, with a view to invoke positive vibes, may I request the dignitaries for the lighting of the lamp.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा सरस्वती
May I now request Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh Ji, Director General and CEO, Indian Corporate Affairs, to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries with bouquets and souvenirs as a token of our gratitude and respect. I request Ms. Diksha and team to kindly assist with the presentation of the bouquets and the mementos. May I now request DG and CO to kindly felicitate the chairperson and clerk. May I now request the DG and CEO to kindly felicitate the President and CLT. May I now request the DG and CO to kindly felicitate the President and CLT. May I now request the DG and CO to kindly felicitate the Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now I request Shri Sudhakar Shukla ji, Head of Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy, to kindly felicitate the DG and CEO, Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh ji. Thank you, sir. A decade of progress cannot just be remembered, it must be documented. To capture the milestones of this transformative decade, we present a landmark publication. We shall now proceed. We shall now proceed with the unveiling of the convention seminar, Conference Companion Redefining India, commemorating a decade of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. May I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil the convention seminar? Thank you, distinguished dignitaries. The convention seminar stands as a testament to the remarkable journey of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code and the continued evolution of India's restructuring framework. We now move to a significant segment of today's ceremony in recognition of IICA as the think tank of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It has been recognized by Ministry of Higher Education as Institute of Excellence, and it has been accorded AISHE code to IICA. Consequently, IICA has become part of two transformative national initiatives, namely One Nation, One Subscription and the PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme, which will be strengthening the role of IICA in meeting India's aspiration to emerge as a global hub of learning and research. I request Honorable Chairperson to press the button for making IICA as part of One Nation, One Subscription and Vidya Lakshmi initiatives of Government of India. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Clerk, for doing the honors. Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh Ji, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, has made several noteworthy contributions, especially in the developing of the IBC framework and associated ecosystem. While his rich contributions are at display, it is important to mention that under his leadership, IICA is emerging as a premier institution, fostering excellence in corporate governance and driving new initiatives to foster ease of doing business. May I now request Honorable Shri Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh Ji, Director General and CEO, IICA, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, Chairperson of National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, Honorable Justice Anupinder Singh Grewal Ji, President National Company Law Tribunal, Srimati Dipti Gaur Mukherjee Ji, Secretary Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Senior Officers of Ministry of Corporate Affairs from IICA professional entities, esteemed insolvency professionals, young PGIP professionals and their family members, members of media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I feel privileged to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Justice Ashok Bhushanji, Chairperson of National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. When I met him to invite, he was about to leave on vacation. Sir, I'm grateful to you. IICA grateful to you for accepting our invitation. Sir, contribution is well known. Sir has contributed immensely towards evolving jurisprudence of IBC. So this is 4 to 5 years. Law has been settled. Most of the things are settled at the appellate tribunal. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Justice Anupinder Singh Grewal Ji, President of National Company Law Tribunal, for accepting our invitation. As all of us know, NCLT plays an important role in insolvency ecosystem. As an insolvency professional, all of you will sometime in your career will encounter NCLT, and you will be getting guidance from our President, Honorable President, NCLT. Sir has just joined. Sir has started taking lots of measures to improve the whole ecosystem of insolvency framework. I take this opportunity to welcome Madam Dipti Gaur Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. She was always available to us. She guided us, and time to time, whenever we needed any support, she was there for us to make this program a grand success. I take this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to Additional Secretary MCA, Anshuman Patnaik ji, Senior Economic Advisor, Sri Santanu Mitra ji, Joint Secretary, Anita Sakela ji, and all other senior officers. And the most important, I extend the warm welcome to the graduating students of the 6th batch of our postgraduate insolvency program, to their parents and families who have traveled to be with them. This is your day. We are honored to share it with you. I also want to welcome I want to welcome individually and warmly the remarkable community of delegates who have gathered in this hall, the policymakers, officials across government who shape this framework, the insolvency professionals who are its frontline practitioners, the leaders of our bank, asset reconstruction companies, alternative investment fund, and industry association, think tanks, our partners for media, and many young students and professionals who are present. You have come from every corner of this ecosystem, and your presence is precisely what makes this conversation like this worthwhile. I would like to take 2 minutes to introduce this concept of PGIP and IICA. Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs was established by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to serve as a national think tank, center of excellence for growth of corporate sector through an integrated multidisciplinary approach. Over the past decade, IICA has emerged as a leading player in training, capacity building, executive education, advocacy, advisory, serving government ministries, departments, public sector, and the professional across the country. We work through center and schools, and we have different centers: schools, School of Finance, School of Business Environment, School of Corporate Law, Center for Independent Director, Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy, and there are many other centers. And the Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy is one of the first of its kind in India, conceived as an apex school of learning insolvency, built on active engagement with various stakeholders who are present in this room. The postgraduate insolvency program, when I talk about, I become a nostalgic. At the time we were in the ministry when IBC was started implementing. Dr. Sahu was IBBI chairman. That time a need was felt. We have shortage of high caliber insolvency professional. An expert committee was set up. I was also a member. We deliberated day in, day out what should be covered, how we are going to. At the time, we never realized that today we are part of this convocation, and around 240 already alumni we have from this PGIP course. So we started from February 2019 this course. IICA was entrusted with this premium national initiative, and till now I have mentioned 240 they have already passed. By next June, July, this number will go to 300. PGIP is 2 years full-time residential program designed and approved by Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India. It blends rigorous academics with full year of trainingship, specialized certification in mediation, valuation, forensic. Some of our students have already cleared the limited insolvency examination before they leave the campus. This course is unique. On completion, a graduate is eligible to register as an insolvency professional without the 10 years of prior experience. The law otherwise requires a genuine fast track in the profession. Across its journey, program has grown, and now we have a big alumni network. Why this course is important? Because A reform is only as strong as people who carry it. The professional that the code created now numbers around 4,650 registered insolvency professionals, and around 2,000 hold a valid authorization for assignment. A growing number of our own graduates have already joined those ranks as a registered professional actively handling assignments across the country. Today we have also started a new beginning. IICA has become part of PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme of Ministry of Education. Now the meritorious students can get collateral-free, guarantor-free education loan, which will make higher education affordable for deserving students for weaker sections. Similarly, One Nation, One Subscription by Ministry of Education. This will allow researcher students to get access to leading academic journals and research. This day is a full day. What we have planned first is convocation ceremony. Then we have, after the address of our distinguished dignitaries and convocation of our graduates, 4 experts panel will carry out thematic discussion, take up the question that will define the next decade of our cross-border insolvency framework, part to the ancestral model law, reimagining early stage and hybrid resolution through pre-pack creditor-initiated processes. The deepening of our stress asset market through ARCs, AIF, and institutional capital, and the institutional readiness for early warning, reservability, and capacity that road ahead demands. All of us agree that IVC has to play an important role in achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat. As we all know that a robust insolvency framework not only provides an opportunity to restructure, revitalize the businesses, but also boosts investor confidence, ensure better utilization of economic resources, strengthen the country's overall economic competitiveness. I would like to end with one appeal. I was talking to Sir, our chief guest. Sir was talking about we are not giving so much attention to this transition. This is a transition from professionals where you are going to practice. And there is a huge responsibility on the professionals, on all of you. You have to work with sense of responsibility, ethics, and you have to always upgrade your knowledge and skills, because corporate world is evolving very fast, and considering the dynamic nature of the corporate world, we have changed the structure also. We have introduced restructuring, we have introduced valuation, we have introduced forensic, and we like to term this course as a restructuring professional, turnaround professionals, and they are in great demand. They are already part of the Big Four. They are part of the insolvency professional entities. And I was surprised, sir, when I was interacting with them, I was asking about their engagements and what they are planning to do after completing the course. 30% of them, they want to practice on their own. So we are able to achieve the vision why we started this course. Thank you so much, and I hope we will have a very good, fruitful discussions, and there will be a lot of lesson learned, lot of inputs for road ahead for IVC. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring welcome remarks and for your continued commitment towards fostering excellence in the field of corporate governance. It's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Our next distinguished speaker has been instrumental in steering policy initiatives and reforms that have significantly strengthened India's corporate framework, be it steering the discussion on IBC reforms, proposed changes in the competition law and the Companies Act. Our seminal contributions are being acknowledged by one and all. Her key contributions are at display. However, it is important to highlight that she has consistently extended her support to various initiatives of IICA, including PGIP, encouraging excellence in learning, research, and institutional development, and reinforcing the Institute's role as a leading center for capacity building and thought leadership. May I now invite and request Madam Deepti Gaur Mukherjee to deliver her special address.
Honorable Chairperson NCLT, Honorable President NCLT, DGCO and NCO IICA, Sudhakar Shukla ji, all the distinguished participants of this day-long workshop and convocation ceremony, members of the press, and very, very importantly, the chief guests, the second chief guest of the occasion, which is our pass-outs, the recent graduates of this particular program and their proud families. The first learning which I have done is that this photograph should not have been on the stage screen. It's as if I'm going to pounce on everybody. So when I was seeing it, I was wondering whether I'm going to pounce like, you know, a tiger or a tigress or whatever. So let me put everybody at ease. I have no such intentions. In fact, it's a kind of a very, he mentioned the word nostalgia in a different context, but I think I will also evoke, it has evoked some kind of nostalgia and some kind of regret also. I was expressing my opinion to both the honorable justices here that when we were doing our graduation, nobody had a function like this for us, whether we had a graduate or a postgraduate. In fact, degree bhi humko ek saal baad mili thi. So you're lucky that you're having a function like this, and you can feel, you know, you can mark this occasion as that first step towards a professional, you know, career. So I'm sure you all must be having some mixed feelings, some bittersweet feelings. You must be unhappy that 2 years of learning, bonding, friends, lecturers, it's a full-time residential course, so I'm sure you have made some very good friendships and relationships. And now that you'll go your own path, you'll miss them, I'm sure. But knowing the way you all are all virtually connected and not really connected, I hope you are going to strengthen these relationships. And it's sweet because I think you must be very excited. You've learned a lot in the last 2 years. When I interacted with you, I think probably it was this particular batch or maybe the batch before. I think most of you are lawyers, financial professionals. There are also some people who've done an MBA also, if I remember correctly. So you're coming from varied backgrounds. But I would think that this is probably the most important day of your life because you're stepping ahead for a professional career. So having said that, I would just like to share with you that when we get into service and we join the academy or when we graduate, what is it that, you know, is told to us by our seniors or our mentors or our senior colleagues? I think besides all the learning which you have done and which you will do in the future, because there's no way that you can survive without keeping yourself abreast, it's very important to have an internal conversation and to see what is it that is going to be your pole star and your lamppost to reach where you want to reach. And here is where I want to attract or maybe just ask you to first identify what is your motivating force which has motivated you to join this course, and what do you aim to be in the next 10-15 years, asides the money and the what I call the shohrat jise kehte hain, uske alawa what are the values which are going to drive you? So I would like to draw your attention to the code of conduct. When we enter service, the code of conduct is the most important part which is taught to us, because the code of conduct embeds those values which are important for you to fulfill the responsibilities, your duties, as well as achieve self-satisfaction. A deep sense of, you know, fulfillment, that you are doing what you are supposed to be doing. It's really very important. So let me just share some of these basic things, the code of conduct with you, and see how it relates to what you're supposed to be doing. We know what is the legislative intent of the IBC, right? The primary objective is, what is it? Value maximization, right? And resolution. That means we have to keep the concern as a going concern, and we have to maximize value for all the stakeholders. So every time a company slips into liquidation, we all realize that jobs are permanently lost. Supply chains break, economic value evaporates. So what is your responsibility as a professional? You have to exhaust each and every single avenue, engage with every potential resolution applicant, and push the boundaries of corporate turnaround to revive the entity. You don't just have to manage stress, you have to fight for survival, that is resolution. That's the most important thing which you have to do. And what about value maximization? It is not a one-time activity. It is something which is a daily operational duty which has been entrusted on you. It means you are protecting the corporate debtors' assets from bleeding value during the process. It means invoking Section 25 diligently to take immediate custody of assets, managing cash flows meticulously, weeding out the PUFE transactions. So every rupee which you are saving is actually returned to the economic ecosystem. What is your relationship with the committee of creditors? You know that the COC has the ultimate commercial wisdom, but you are actually holding the steering wheel of that. So your job is to assist, guide, and empower the COC with data-driven, objective, and transparent information. Your information memorandum has to be prepared with absolute clarity. You have to assist them in evaluating resolution plans with financial and legal precision. You have to adhere to timelines. It's very, very important that you have to adhere to timelines. So you are actually the independent catalyst which transform a room of competing financial interests into a unified force focused on corporate revival. And the anchor, the code of conduct, all your financial intellect, your strategic thinking, your negotiation skills are completely useless if you don't have an ethical anchor. So the code of conduct, which I think IBBI has prepared, is actually a non-negotiable. So in this profession which you're doing, trust is your only true currency. You're going to be handed control of companies worth hundreds of thousands of crores. There are people, there are jobs involved, there are families involved. So the temptations will be very high. But the first schedule of the IBC Code of Conduct is something which is going to be your anchor, your shield, your pole star, your lamppost, whatever you may consider it. As an aspect of that, the first is integrity and objectivity. So the law is very clear, but the spirit of the law is even more important. We need absolute honesty and forthrightness. You must never misrepresent facts or bring disrepute. At the decision table, you should give information which is entirely free from bias, conflict of interest, or coercion. If there's a conflict of interest, you must disclose it immediately to all the stakeholders. So there is a boundary between a custodian and a beneficiary, but this boundary is absolute. So whether you're acting as an IRP, an RP, a liquidator, we cannot look at acquiring allowing backdoor entries of either of somebody known to you or somebody else. So you are actually entering an economic ICU, and the job as a doctor for you is to help revive the patient, not to claim inheritance. So please do keep that in mind. That's the first code of conduct, which is integrity and objectivity. The second is independence and impartiality. So the law demands that we conduct every resolution and liquidation completely free from external influences. We cannot have hidden alignments. You do not represent the promoters or a single majority creditor. You represent the code. So transparency, again, is your protection. The third and important part is your professional competence, which I am sure you've already got the academic knowledge. And as you grow, as you get your more experience, you will learn much more. And like G said, that you have to be on a continuous learning curve. You have to keep on upgrading your skills. Like I said, if you're a doctor in a corporate ICU, I think doctors and lawyers both are two professions which appreciate with age. All of us actually depreciate. It's the doctors and the lawyers who actually appreciate with age because the experience teaches you a lot. So you have a continuing professional education, which is a mandatory part of the code of conduct. Please do not look at it as a tick box. It's a critical gateway to staying very sharp, informed, and rendering high-value services. Timelines. I think a lot has been said about timelines. You all must have read a lot of commentary on it. The IBC amendments, both NCLT and NCLAT have been pointing it out. That as a part of your process of the COC decision making and the process of resolution, you must ensure that you adhere to the prescribed timelines. If you do your job within the timelines, then the NCLT will take up its, it will be easy for them to take decisions within the timelines. So you have to keep that in mind. We are building the systems, trying to help the entire insolvency ecosystem to reduce inefficiencies and procedural delays so that you can do your job better. The other thing is about your confidentiality and information management. You have to maintain written, clear, complete records of every decision and its rationale so that your actions withstand objective scrutiny. I hope you have been told how the amendment in the IBC code, where we are saying that in the COC, when it takes a decision, it will record the reasons behind its decision. So you have to do that. To preserve strict impartiality, I think all of you must be knowing, communication with individual stakeholders is absolutely forbidden. So just remember, we cannot really outsource our fundamental duties, and we definitely cannot outsource our conscience. The code of conduct is, I think, for me, when we entered service, even now, the code of conduct is really, really important. That guides everything. So with that, I'll just again wish you all the best. Let me urge you to become not only experts in law and finance, but as very, very strong individuals of unshakable integrity, hard work, industriousness. You must resolve today that you will try and get the best for all the stakeholders within the system. The IBC code depends, I would say, 50% on the work which you are doing. If you do your job well, the IBC is a success. If you don't do your job well, IBC will never achieve what it wanted to achieve. Law is one part, the spirit of the law is the most important. Please keep that spirit in your mind. All the best, and I congratulate the families also, and I hope that you achieve whatever you want to. Most importantly, you contribute to nation building through resolution, value maximization, helping the corporate sector, getting back jobs, building more jobs, and then contribute to 2047 Viksit Bharat. It is your country, it is our country, we have to build it together. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and inspiring address. Duty to revive the patient and not claim inheritance is something that we all will hold close to our hearts in our professional journey. Your valuable perspectives on policy, governance, and evolving insolvency landscape have greatly enriched today's deliberations. I'm certain that your words will serve as a source of inspiration for all present, especially our graduating participants and young professionals. Thank you. I hand over the mic to Shraddha.
Good morning to one and all present here. The success of the insolvency regime owes much to the steadfast support and the jurisprudential guidance provided by the adjudicatory authorities. A law is only as robust as the tribunal that upholds it at the ground level. To understand the pulse of the corporate adjudication in India, we look to the bench. To understand the same, we have our distinguished speaker here today, Honorable Shri Justice Grewal, who retired as a judge of the Punjab and Haryana High Court in March 2026, concluding a distinguished legal career spanning over 3 decades at the bar and on the bench. Elevated as a judge of the Punjab and Haryana High Court in September 2014, Justice Grewal subsequently served both the Rajasthan High Court and the Punjab and Haryana High Court, adjudicating matters across constitutional, civil, criminal, and public law. He also held significant administrative responsibilities, including chairman of the Vigilance and Disciplinary Committee of the High Court. Known for his balanced judicial approach and commitment to the administration of justice, Justice Grewal now serves as the president of Honorable National Company Law Tribunal, bringing with him extensive judicial experience and distinguished record of public service. We are highly privileged to have him with us today and look forward to his insights on the evolving landscape of insolvency and corporate adjudication in India. May I now request and invite Honorable Justice Shri Anupinder Singh Grewal, President, Honorable National Company Law Tribunal, to kindly address the gathering.
This Ashok Bhushan, Chairperson, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, Shrimati Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Shri Ganeshwar Kumar Singh, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Mr. Sudhakar Shukla, Head Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy, distinguished policymakers, representatives of regulatory bodies and financial institutions, insolvency professionals, members of the bar, there are a few I can see, academia, graduating participants of the 6th batch of the postgraduate insolvency program, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here today for the convocation of the 6th batch of the postgraduate insolvency professionals. When the IBC was enacted in 2016, it marked a transformative reform in India's insolvency and credit framework. It sought to address a challenge that had persisted for decades, the timely resolution of financial distress. More importantly, it sought to fundamentally change the manner in which insolvency was perceived and addressed in India. Looking back over the last decade, one lesson stands out above all. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code was not enacted as a recovery legislation. India already had mechanisms intended primarily for recovery. The object of the code was different. It was designed to preserve value, rescue viable businesses, and facilitate resolution in a time-bound manner. Yet one of the most remarkable achievements of the code has been the manner in which it has strengthened credit discipline and transformed financial behavior across the economy. The impact of this transformation can be seen far beyond the walls of the courtrooms. Over the last decade, the banking sector has witnessed a substantial reduction in non-performing assets and a significant strengthening of balance sheets. Bank profitability has improved considerably. While these developments are undoubtedly the result of multiple reforms and policy initiatives, the IBC has been one of the most important contributors. By creating a credible framework for resolution, it has reinforced confidence in the financial system and encouraged greater financial discipline. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of this behavioral change lies in the fact that claims involving nearly ₹14 lakh crores were settled or withdrawn even before admission into the insolvency process. These matters never culminated in formal insolvency proceedings, yet they demonstrate the influence of the code. The success of the framework lies not only in the cases it resolves, but also in the financial discipline it promotes outside the insolvency process. The experience of the last decade has also demonstrated that the success of a law depends not only on the framework it creates, but equally upon the strength of the institutions and professionals entrusted with this implementation. The insolvency ecosystem that we see today did not exist in 2016. It evolved through collective efforts of policymakers, regulators, financial institutions, insolvency professionals, members of the bar, adjudicatory bodies, and academia. Each stakeholder has contributed to the growth and continued evolution of the framework. Among these stakeholders, the role of insolvency professional deserves special recognition. The resolution professional occupies a position of trust at the center of the insolvency process. The quality of information available to stakeholders, the conduct of the CIRP, preservation of value, and adherence to timelines are all influenced by the manner in which the process is managed. A decade ago, many of the institutions and professional roles that are today central to the insolvency framework either did not exist or existed in a very different form. The insolvency professional, in particular, has emerged as a key pillar of the ecosystem. The growth of this profession over the last decade reflects the broader evolution of insolvency framework itself. At the same time, insolvency proceedings are not merely commercial exercises, as has been very aptly said by Madam Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Behind every case are businesses, employees, workmen, home buyers, lenders, and families whose lives are affected by the outcome of the process. Professional competence must therefore be accompanied by fairness, transparency, integrity, and sensitivity towards stakeholders' interests. The confidence reposed in the insolvency framework ultimately rests upon these values. They are of paramount importance. The achievements of the framework over the last decade are significant. More than 1,600 resolution plans have been approved by the NCLT involving approximately rupees 4,76,000 crore. These figures are not merely statistics. They represent enterprises preserved, jobs protected, value maximized, and productive assets brought back into the economic mainstream. Equally encouraging is the fact that the ratio of successful resolutions has steadily improved over the last years. This reflects the continued evolution of the insolvency ecosystem and reinforces the legislative preference for resolution over liquidation. Liquidation, as you all know, is the last resort. Even in cases involving severely distressed enterprises, the framework has often succeeded in unlocking value that might otherwise have been lost. The experience of implementation has also provided important lessons for the policymakers. The government has shown remarkable responsiveness in redefining the framework through successive amendments and reforms, and the recent amendment also of 2026. You are all aware of it. The journey of the code over the last decade demonstrates the importance of continuously aligning policy with the realities of implementation. At the same time, one lesson from the last decade is that success of an insolvency framework cannot be assessed solely through the prism of timelines. Timelines remain central to the philosophy of the code and must continue to be an important objective. However, the realities of implementation must also be recognized. The insolvency proceedings frequently involve multiple stakeholders, competing claims, complex commercial questions, and statutory remedies available at different stages. The law itself provides challenges of appeal in order to safeguard rights and ensure fairness. The exercise of such remedies is an integral part of a legal framework. Consequently, while adherence to timelines is important, the effectiveness of the framework must also be assessed in terms of quality of adjudication, preservation of value, successful resolutions, and the confidence it inspires among stakeholders. Effective insolvency reform requires a continuous dialogue between policy design and implementation exercise. And in fact, one of the cases we resolved yesterday was at the after issuance of notice for under Section 7. The operational debtor brought a draft and paid off the money. So otherwise, the things were, we could have initiated insolvency, and that would have disrupted the industry altogether. So it was resolved yesterday itself at a admission stage, where the demand draft of few crores was brought and handed over in our presence. So it is also the need of the hour to save the institutions. As we look towards the future, it is equally important that we remain open to innovation. One area that merit further considerations, whether consensual dispute resolution mechanisms, including mediation, can play a complementary role in suitable situations. As the ecosystem continues to evolve, such ideas may provide useful avenues for further strengthening the framework. That is one area I think mediation we should still adopt. We are trying to put it in place while adhering to the timelines. Before I conclude, I would like to address the graduating participants of the 6th batch of the postgraduate insolvency program. You are entering a profession that carries immense responsibility. The decisions you take, standards you uphold will have a direct bearing and impact on businesses, creditors, employees, home buyers, and countless other stakeholders. Technical competence is important, but integrity, fairness, and professional ethics are equally important. Though the Secretary is already, but I would like to reiterate these values. We cannot reiterate these values enough. So, but I am confident that the knowledge and training which you have received will equip you well for the challenges ahead, and you will contribute meaningfully to the continued growth and credibility of India's insolvency ecosystem. I extend my best wishes to each one of you for a successful and fulfilling professional journey. The first decade of the code was devoted to building institutions, developing jurisprudence, and creating confidence in the framework. The next decade must focus on strengthening capacity, enhancing efficiency, encouraging ethical leadership, and deepening stakeholder trust. I'm confident that with the continued cooperation of the policymakers, regulators, financial institutions, insolvency professionals, the bar, the insolvency ecosystem in India will continue to evolve as an important pillar of economic resilience, credit discipline, and sustainable growth. I congratulate the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs for organizing this event by bringing policymakers, professional, financial institutions, all of us together on this passing out function. It has given us fresh ideas to chart the way forward for India's insolvency ecosystem. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking address. Your invaluable insights drawn from your vast experience in the judicial and insolvency ecosystem have provided us with a deeper understanding of the evolving corporate and insolvency landscape in India. We are grateful for your presence and for sharing your wisdom with us today. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Honorable Shri Justice Ashok Bhushan, sir, Chairperson, Honorable National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. We are deeply honored to welcome you, sir, today. Sir has had an illustrious legal and judicial career spanning over 4 decades. He is a former judge of the Supreme Court of India. Beginning his legal career at the Allahabad High Court, he rose through the judiciary to serve as the Chief Justice of the Kerala High Court before being elevated to the Supreme Court in 2016. During his distinguished judicial tenure, he contributed significantly to constitutional, administrative, and insolvency jurisprudence, and also served as the chairman of the Ravi and Bias Water Tribunal. Since 2021, as chairperson of National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, Justice Bhushan sir has played a pivotal role in shaping India's corporate and insolvency ecosystem through several landmark appellate decisions. His insights have been instrumental in strengthening the institutional architecture of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code and advancing the cause of efficient corporate resolution. We are privileged to welcome Justice Ashok Bhushan sir today. May I now request and invite Honorable Shri Justice Ashok Bhushan sir to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning to auditorium. Justice Anupinder Singh Grewal, President NCLT, Srimati Deepti Gaur Mukherjee, Director General CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, DG Institute of Corporate Affairs, Mr. Gyaneshwar Kumar Singh, Mr. Sudhakar Shukla, Head Center for Insolvency and Bankruptcy, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Anita Shah Akela, Joint Secretary, MCA, Mr. Anshuman Patnaik, Additional Secretary, Dr. M.S. Sahu, Founder, Chairperson of the IBBI, Mr. Sumant Batra, a recognized insolvency advocate, Mr. G.P. Madan from PD Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Sandeep Garg, whole-time member IBBI, esteemed faculty members of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, insolvency professional, and most importantly, graduating member of the 6th batch of postgraduate program and their family members, members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen. This convocation is for 6th batch of postgraduate program who have successfully completed the postgraduate insolvency program and are being felicitated by giving them certificate of recognition. The postgraduate program is a unique program designed for individuals aspiring to build careers in insolvency resolution, corporate restructuring, distressed asset investing, and to equip the individuals to serve insolvency ecosystem across India and international jurisdiction. What is imparted in postgraduate program is a systematic instruction to develop capacity as an insolvency professional and also to develop rational thinking, acceptable behavior, and moral and decision making. It is continuing process of integrated knowledge with experience and molding attitude and conduct accordingly. There is something significant about this particular convocation. It coincides with a moment of genuine and reckoning for India's insolvency ecosystem. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code was enacted in 2016. We are now full decade into its operation with thousands of cases, dozens of landmark judgments, multiple amendments, and an entirely new profession built largely from scratch in real time. The IBC is no longer young. I say that deliberately. There was a time when every ruling from the Supreme Court or the AIPE was navigating entirely uncharted territory. Those fundamental questions about commercial wisdom, the scope of the moratorium, who sits in the COC, what constitutes a valid resolution plan have now been answered. The architecture now fully operational. The credibility has been earned case by case. This conference, titled A Decade of Learning, Direction for the Future, is therefore not a celebration of origins. It is something more demanding, a stock taking of what we have built and an honest conversation about what remains unfinished. That is the spirit in which I want to address you today. The IB Code ushered in an entirely new professional ecosystem, insolvency professionals agencies, information utilities, and the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India are all new institutional reforms introduced by the Code. Together, they form a comprehensive ecosystem for insolvency resolution. The ANCLAT and NCLT are at apex of this ecosystem, entrusted with responsibility of ensuring that new framework is implemented with both fidelity and wisdom. The past 10 years have produced a body of jurisprudence remarkable in both breadth and depth. From the earliest days of the court's implementation, NCLT and NCLT were called upon to resolve questions of wide range of fundamental issues. Some of these issues pertain to triggering of insolvency proceeding, the scope of moratorium under Section 14, the constitution and functioning of the Committee of Creditors, the power and duties of the resolution professional, the requirement for a valid resolution plan, and the circumstances in which liquidation should follow failed resolution. When I joined the NCLT as chairperson in November 21, the code was already 5 years old. The doctrinal battles had been fought, and yet the tribunal's docket was, if anything, more complex, because complexity in insolvency does not diminish with maturity. It deepens. As the foundational questions get answered, harder ones emerge. What happens when an approved plan is not implemented? When does COC conduct cross the line of commercial judgment into procedural unfairness? How do regulatory obligations persist through a moratorium? The ANCLAT's function is appellate. We do not administer the CIRP. What we do is to ensure that when the process goes wrong, when an order is challenged, a plan contested, a stakeholder's right overlooked, there is a forum that examines the matter seriously, applies the law carefully, and delivers a reasoned outcome that's sought straightforward. In practice, it requires navigation, attention that sits at the heart of the code, the IBC's mandate for speed, and the constitutional imperative of fairness. Every day of delay in a CIRP has a measurable cost, and yet person whose rights are extinguished without a hearing cannot simply be turned away because the clock is running. Navigating that complexity, case after case, year after year, has emerged as the defining institutional challenge of this tribunal. I say this because I want practitioners to understand that the appellate process is genuinely for. It is not a second opportunity to re-litigate commercial decisions. It is a check on legality, procedural fairness, and fundamental rights. When you appear before us, appear with that understanding. The first phase of IBC between 16 to 21 was the era of establishment and delivery of new concepts. Essential questions were being answered for the first time. Systems were tested by the extraordinary force majeure condition posed by COVID, which was navigated successfully with the help of all stakeholders. Thereafter, we came to the stage of consolidation. Block by block, judicial scrutiny clarified that all the gray areas. Now we are in third phase of the drive towards maturity. The architecture stands on solid footing. The 2026 amendments gave a decisive thrust to innovative solutions. Without traversing each provision, it can easily discern that we are working towards aligning India's insolvency architecture more closely with international insolvency order. Under IBC 2, the evolving landscape in India is witnessing significant developments across areas such as cross-border insolvency, group insolvency, hybrid solution such as CIRP and enhanced technological solution. Each of these areas present unique challenges and opportunities in the realm of insolvency law practice. All this niche area deserves serious and structured engagement, not confining to surface for familiarity with new concepts, but genuine understanding of the policy intent behind them. Success of this new artifact will eventually depend on a state-of-art infrastructure, technology, integration, and advanced training of all the stakeholders involved in the insolvency process. What remains to the larger extent is the work of making the system work better, faster, fairer, more predictable, and more capable of handling complexity that the original drafters would only partially anticipate. You are entering a profession that did not exist in its current form 10 years ago. The insolvency professional, as a recognized statutory officer, is a creature of the code. Look at what it stands today. IIPs administer some of the largest corporate restructuring in the country, appear before national tribunals, engage with international creditors, and navigate regularly intersections spanning the IBC, the Companies Act, SEBI, SARFAESI, and FEMA. The breadth of what is this profession demand is remarkable. In a zeal to promote young professionals to serve as cadre of insolvency, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India envisioned the creation of a specialized program that would nurture young and talented individuals aspiring to build career in insolvency and restructuring. The objective was to provide a structured pathway for candidates possessing professional qualification or degrees in relevant discipline, but without prior industry experience, to enter the insolvency profession. The Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs has positioned itself as center of excellence in fostering principle-based corporate governance. Due to academic strength of IICA, it was identified as institute of first choice to deliver the long-term course on building cadre of professionals to deal in the insolvency and bankruptcy ecosystem. I am given to understand that since 2019, IICA is delivering the program with extraordinary placement records. The certificate you receive today reflects that a rigorous threshold cleared, but a beginning nonetheless. The IBC evolves continuously. New amendments arrive. The IBBI gives fresh guidance. Judgments reshape the law in ways that yesterday's understanding does not anticipate. The professionals who remain effective in this field are those who read judgments, circulars, committee reports, and who engage seriously with the intellectual content of the law, not merely its procedural mechanism. My personal belief is that technology, machine learning, AI adds to efficiency, but machine-based output without human touch may lead to erroneous conclusions. Furthermore, the quick solutions often are forgotten very easily. Therefore, my message to the budding talent represented by PGIP student is that there is no substitute for a hard work and self-reading. A cadre of young insolvency professionals, you will hold positions of immense trust, making decisions that affect workers who may have gone months without salaries, creditors who have waited years for recovery, promoters whose life's work is at stake. The temptation to take shortcut will be present. Resist it. Your professional reputation is built solely and damaged quickly. And beyond reputation, the integrity of this system depends in no small measure on the integrity of the people who administer it. The first decade of insolvency and bankruptcy code was about building a framework. The second decade must be about building excellence. Excellence in adjudication, excellence in professional conduct, excellence in restructuring outcomes. If we achieve that, India will not merely have an efficient, effective insolvency regime, it will have one of the most respected restructuring ecosystem in the world. To the 6th batch of PGIP, our warmest congratulations. Go forward, do the work with care, and make the profession proud. I conclude quoting a few lines from poem, Climb Till Your Dream Comes True, written by Helen Steiner Rice, I quote. The hills ahead are never as steep as they seem, and with faith in your heart, start upward, and climb till you reach your dream, for nothing in life that is worthy is ever too hard to achieve. If you have the courage to try it, and you have the faith to believe, for faith is a force that is greater than knowledge or power or skill, and many defeats turn to triumph if you trust in God's wisdom and will. For faith is a mover of mountains. There is nothing that God cannot do. So start out today with faith in your heart and climb till your dreams comes true, unquote. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking address. Your distinguished insights on the appellate jurisprudence under the IBC and the evolving contours of the insolvency law have provided immense value to all present. We are deeply grateful for your guidance, support, and continued contribution to strengthening India's insolvency ecosystem. May I now invite Ms. Veenu Dole to proceed with the convocation ceremony and for the distribution of the certificates and awards.
Thank you, Sharda. We now move to one of the most anticipated moments of the day, the conferment of certificates upon the successful participants of the PGIP 6th batch. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the certificate distribution ceremony. We shall first recognize the academic excellence of our top performers. First prize goes to the topper of the batch, Mr. Ashish Kumar. He is requested to collect the gold medal and cash prize of Rs 50,000 sponsored by AZB Partners. Keep going the big round of applause in recognition of his hard work and commensurate achievement. Congratulations to our second rank holder, Mr. Arun PS. He is requested to come forward to receive silver medal and prize check of rupees 30,000 sponsored by AZB Partners. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to our third rank holder, Miss K. Geeta Vaishnavi. She is requested to come forward and collect her bronze medal along with prize money of 20,000 sponsored by AZB Partners. Please applause on the feat achieved by her. We now shall proceed with the distribution of certificates to all graduating participants of the PGIP 6th batch. I'll call the name of the students alphabetically. Akash Ambaru, Abhay Revantdan Achlamant, Aditi Sahu, Akhil Mishra. 5 names. Abhay Revantdan Achlamant, Miss Aditi Sahu, Mr. Akhil Mishra, Mr. Aksharj Kumar, Mr. Anshul Kulshrestha, Mr. Anshul Kulshrestha, Mr. Aryan Arindam Sarkar, Mr. Ashley Constant, Mr. Ashwin K, Ms. Chenu Bhargavi, Ms. Divya Jangra, Mr. Gaurav Shukla, Mr. Callis Alpanso. Ms. Mahalakshmi E. Mr. Manas Goyal. Mr. Manin Satyaram. Mr. Mukul. Mr. Nilargo Ray. Ms. Paridhi Agarwal. Mr. Parth Garg. Mr. Prashant Chandila. Ms. Paridhi Singla. Mr. Prithviraj Mukhopadhyay. Mr. Pulkit Joshi. Ms. Rishita Sharma. Mr. Rupansh Vasishtha. S. Kevin Karthik. Mr. Shashwat Chaudhary. Ms. Shraddha Bhatmangalkar. Mr. Shriyansh Santosh. Mr. Siddharth Prasad. Mr. Sundaram Pachori. Mr. Tejas Sudhakar. Mr. Velila Maheshwar Reddy. Mr. Venu Gopal Agarwal. Mr. Yug Thatre. Congratulations to all the certificate holders. We wish you great success in your professional journey ahead. A big round of applause for them. As we come to the conclusion of this memorable event, it is now time to express our gratitude to all those who made this program success. May I invite Shri Shudhakar Shukla ji to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries and all the participants at the first, because as one of the speakers said, you are the distinguished fellows here today. So, vote of thanks is just a customary, but I thought while delivering it, trying to capture the spirit of the convocation and see that we have covered each and everybody. So I will be trying to do this job, but if by any mistake I miss any name, you will pardon me. When we say vote of thanks, it's a sense of gratitude which we are conveying, and I am singularly lucky that there are 4 dignitaries on the dais to whom I have to propose the vote of thanks first. And as Gordon Hinckley said, gratitude is the beginning of the wisdom. Stated differently, true wisdom cannot be obtained unless it is built on foundation of true humility and gratitude. So that was the message coming from each speaker, that you have to be humble in your approach. You have to express your humility towards not only stakeholders, processes, sanctity, and other things. So that is the underlying theme which went into the deliberations today. We were blessed by honorable speakers. First of all, I want to thank Honorable Minister of State, because he was to be here. Till last moment, something urgent has come and he could not reach, but he has conveyed over telephone blessings to the graduating students, and I think you should clap for yourself, because Minister is with you in congratulating you all. Honorable Justice Honorable Krishna Iyer once said that we must always remember that procedural law is not a tyrant, but a servant, not an obstruction, but an aid to justice. And this is the sentiments actually echoed by Honorable Chairperson Enclad here today, but he said more important part, which I am also carrying as a message, that everybody is madly rushing towards AI and chat GPT, getting a solution and rushing with the... So his message was very clear: there is no substitute for the hard work. And machine learning has to be followed by human touch. We cannot wish away the machine learning, But human touch is very important. And that is why we have to see that when we are interpreting what has been given by the like AI as a output, whether it is contextualized to the message which you want to deliver or not. Otherwise, you will be erring. Thank you, sir. This was a remarkable message, sir. And we would be following it. And second important linked thing he said is quick learning quickly evaporates. So that is the issue, because you can learn through ChatGPT, and next day evening somebody asks you, what is this? You would be staring my face that, have I said this? So that is the issue. Basically, you have to, no substitute for hard work. You have to read the judgments all the time. Don't get the summary. And we have MS Sahu here, who always said that you have to read the judgments to prepare the summary. Don't read the summary to interpret what you want to interpret. So that is no actually substitute for this. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on these aspects. As Martin Luther King said, true peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is presence of justice. That's what I thought is the key core theme, what Justice Grewal Sahab, President NCLT, has delivered today. And he was elaborating that there were procedural parts and processes which were tried earlier but failed. But we have to see and strive harder and harder. And we have to deliver goods based on the past learnings. You have to improve and deliver. So, and he actually gave a new dimension. He said, we basically concentrate on the stakeholders. And stakeholders, we say it's a creditor, debtor, maybe professional, maybe regulator, but we never say family. So he gave the very clear message that family welfare is at the stake. And if you don't cater to the family welfare aspect, your law would be not beneficial law. It will be just a red letter. So this message, I thought, sir, thank you very much for sharing with us, and it has enlightened us to go forward with this kind of approach, that family first and stakeholders have to be working, that we have to see the workers' family, we have to see the all the families involved, like doing the job of organizational management and other things. And we have to see that they should be the real winner, and like India and India's economy should be the real winner, not the individuals' stakeholders. So that, thank you, sir. And then we come to one more quotation from Stephen Few, and he once said that numbers have important story to tell. They rely on you to give them a clear and convincing voice. I thought was when I was hearing Madam Secretary, she was not mentioning the numbers, but she was saying that approach is so important than the numbers. And she was saying that it is not the recovery number which is important, but resolution is more important ethos of the code. And that we have to see is delivered in letter and spirit. Thank you, ma'am, for this. And you also highlighted many things which are takeaway for us today. Basically, code of conduct and ethics. We teach in PGIP that there is no substitute. We are making you graduating, not in the sense of studying, but graduating you to be in the life which is self-righteous, and self-righteousness is the main thrust which will take you to the places. If your immediate gains is your priority, then you would be losing in the long run. So that is what she has a very clear message she has given, and we have to see that we have to just not managing the stress, but we are fighting to deliver the resolution in best spirit possible. Thank you, ma'am. And lastly, I thought DG CEO Saab made a remarkable statements in the beginning and the welcome speech. And Edward Denning once said, if you do not know how to ask a right question, you discover nothing. And why I say so is because when he came to the helm of affairs in IICA, and like every day, every week, we are alert that what questions for the day would be coming to us to be answered in very short time. And those questions are very important to take the institution forward as a think tank of Government of India. So ease of doing business and other things, he revamped everything, and this convocation has a clear reflection of his vision. So I'm face of it, but he is the man behind the whole idea and delivery. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Justice M.M. Kumar is not here, but he would be taking valedictory address at the end. But I thought I should thank him in advance that his presence will make the concluding session very interesting. I thank my thanks who are off the dais with the colleagues from MCA. I thought their blessings have been always with me. I have Additional Secretary Anshuman Patnaik ji, Anita ji, and Shantanu Mitra ji is here. So he's in charge of IICA as well. So his blessings we have always counted and are available whenever we are in some trouble. So thank you for Ministry of Corporate Affairs for all the facilitations. And we also are, we personally invited IBBI chairperson. Today he has some assignment, and he said he would have loved to come here, but he is not able to come. So he regretted, but he ensured that he extended the IBBI logo to be extended to the conference, and also he deputed whole-time member and Mr. Shankar, CGM from IBBI are here to represent IBBI. So thank you IBBI for all the support. Then I come to my media friends today. They are important message carriers basically. You have seen the wonderful opening ceremony. You will see the intellectual output in the sessions to follow. But your reporting makes the difference, because that is what we carry to the social media and the public at large, that this is what has happened. So thank you, media, for being here. We also thank our lead partners, basically NESL, Dr. Debjyoti ji is here, and also we have presence from RBL, who have been the lead partner for this event. So we thank him, both the institute, for helping us to run this show. We are thankful to AZB for sponsoring the Excellence Award. We are also thankful to some sponsors like Yes Bank and IICA. We partnered with All India, this Association of Insolvency Professional Entity, for their partnering and doing this honors today. And I also thank AIPI, represented by their steering committee, Mr. Sanjeev Pandey, and also Mr. Anil Kohli ji, who are also present in the hall today. We are coming we also have a support from IIPI, ICAI, and SCC Online. And sir, this is just to tell that SCCI Online has extended free subscription of their online facilities to the students for 3 months, which is, I thought, generous on that part. So they would be also learning online knowledge, which would be imparted by them. So we are thankful to Taxman and IPNet. Organization team led by Colonel Amardeep Singh Puri, Ms. Lata Sureshji, Devaran Kaleta, Professor Naveen Sirohi, Dr. Paila, Dr. Mukesh. All faculty members are here. They led the professions, ma'am, and we thank them for being part of this function. We also thank the team led by Ajay ji, Praveen Kumar, Abhijit Chakravarti, and most important is the students who helped me in organizing this show, and their name are Akash Ambaru, Tejas Dhakar, Shraddha, Rishita, and Arun. So thank you. If I have missed any name, I would regret. But we all the panelists are here. So we have GP Madan Sahab is present, and also Mr. Batra is here. We have many more. I'm failing to recollect the names, but thank you all the panelists for being here, and we will drive forward the program after this. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir. I now request all to proceed ahead for a tea break and for some refreshments.
1 minute. Please be seated, because we have to conclude this session with the national anthem. So you have stand up. So stand up, rise for the national anthem before we disperse. Thank you. Thank you. We can take for the tea. We are starting the panel.
Those who have not registered themselves, please register, because Taxman is giving free database
So we have concluded the convocation, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the technical session of this joint conference titled Redefining India's Restructuring Ecosystem, a decade of learning and directions for the future. Today, across four sessions, we will focus on practical, policy relevant, and implementation focused conversations, how we strengthen the insolvency ecosystem for faster, value preserving outcomes, greater predictability, and improved stakeholder confidence. I request all participants to kindly silence your devices, listen attentively, and be ready with questions so that we make these discussions interactive and impactful. We will have a 10-minute Q&A at the end of this session. Now I hand over the mic to Mr. Rawat. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Can you give us the mic, please? The sound.
Good afternoon, all. We have esteemed panel here. We have, some of the sharpest minds, and of course, those people, who have shaped the insolvency law and continue to sort of, help in developing it further. Anita Shah Akela ji, everybody knows that, how important role she has played in bringing these latest amendments, which will be the cornerstone for, the next phase of insolvency. We call it, whether you call it 2.0, 3.0, whatever, 2.0. Sumant, everybody is aware, one of the finest insolvency lawyer in the country, and also has been the president of Insol International. He's world renowned also. We have Pooja Behri ji, one of the finest insolvency professionals. We have David from Dubai. He's founded the office of Ogier in Dubai. He's specialist in the insolvency law and also asset tracing. We have Suharsh, my colleague, like a younger brother. He's also has been doing the insolvency practice, one of the finest lawyer to look out for. We also have Scott Atkins, the past president of Insol International. We are thankful to Scott for joining us today. He couldn't join us in person. Despite his busy travel schedule, he agreed to come on online to share his thoughts here. And of course, we also have the other reputed and esteemed, dignitaries here on the dais, not only on the dais, on the, here also in the hall, Sandeep Garg ji, Sudhakar Shukla ji, Goyal Saab and others. Thank you all for joining today. As all of you know that, the business world is shrinking, which also means that how we resolve the issues about the the global stress that a company faces is very, very important. We are not indifferent to that. India is also affected. We have seen in the past that some of the cases did throw up the challenges of dealing with the global stress of the companies in India. But we do have issues on implementation of the cross-border insolvency. We have issues around the GIPS rule, which is a common law principle which was developed, which states that you cannot force a cram down unless the contract of a particular jurisdiction allows it. We also have issues on civil law, versus common law. Both laws are different. One is a precedent-based jurisdiction, another is purely based on legislature. There's a very limited scope of deviating from the legislation or the laid down rules in a civil law jurisdiction. So the interplay between the civil law and common law also is another challenge in implementing the cross-border insolvency principles. We also have the issues of legal culture. Every jurisdiction has a different culture. We also have issues of how each jurisdiction views the insolvency resolution. As everybody knows, we have a very different and I would say peculiar may not be the right word, but apt in the given circumstances, 29A, which is very, very different from how other jurisdictions look at their insolvency resolutions. We also have issues of COMI, where the center of main interest is always very, very tricky issues to deal with. We have the issues of forum shopping, and amongst all these issues, now we have to inevitably bring out the rules of cross-border insolvency, which we cannot avoid. To discuss all these nuances, and we have a very esteemed panel here. Since Scott need to take his flight, so my first question will be addressed to Scott only. So, Scott, as you know that the cross-border insolvency is no longer rare. So what are the broad macro trends, geopolitical, tech, supply chain, making this defining insolvency challenge for the next 5 years? Scott. Yeah, Scott, we can't hear you very clearly. Yeah, it's better, Scott. Yeah, please.
Okay. Well, look, please do let me know if there are any technical challenges while I'm speaking. Feel free to interrupt. I appreciate things sometimes don't go to plan with the tech. But can I first of all say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today online. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. As I've shared, and as you've just noted, I'm shortly about to leave Sydney to fly to Montreal to attend the International Insolvency Institute conference, which I've pushed back as late as I can so that I can join you here today. So it's an absolute honour for me to do so. I'm quite interested to talk about the macro trends because it's something that's been on my mind very much. And I've tried to distill what I see as the macro trends into three, I think quite compelling, quite forceful trends that are shaping global trade and the global economy at the moment. And I think as a consequence of that, we'll see their impact on cross-border insolvency and restructuring as we continue to see what unfolds in the years to come. But let me give you my three perspectives on these forces. The first is, despite the rhetoric we sometimes hear, I think the first is the resilience of the global economy. I've always believed that despite what I would say is advocacy to step away from globalisation and global trade, I think that the opportunity is in fact to the opposite. I think we've seen, despite, let's just take the current conflict in the Middle East, despite that, we've seen extraordinary efforts made to continue trade. We've seen incredible resilience across different sectors of the economy. We've seen the efforts made, especially in the energy sector, to continue to ensure that energy supply can be sustained across the. And what do I take from that? I take at the moment that one insight that I've already highlighted, which is the resilience of the global economy. But I think there will be an interim trend for a little while, and that will be increasing the resilience and bring up the strength and robustness of supply chains domestically. And I think over time, once business confidence returns and local supply chains, and supply chains that I global have been reinforced, rebuilt, and re-established, then I do believe that we'll see globalisation and global trade and global economic growth continue at pace. So that's my umbrella observation. I've got two other forces that I think are driving global trends. The second, and we've all seen the news of this, and some might have even invested, and I wouldn't give investment advice, but we've seen the extraordinary impact of the floating spaces. I spoke about space and SpaceX and the likely impact of this $2 trillion event in Seoul, London conference just in March this year, and to my mind, the growth of the global space economy and other economies and other businesses adjacent to that, which I'll touch on briefly, is going to represent the most significant systemic and structural change to the global economy and global trade that we've ever seen. And when I say that we've ever seen, that we've seen in contemporary times, but which has the likely capacity to endure the decades to come. And let me just draw out one example of this that sits beneath the headlines a little bit anyway. Well, the focus has been on the space business of Elon Musk. We also all appreciate there's another trend sweeping across the globe at the moment, and that is the development and construction and growth of data centres. And the quite explosive growth of data centres is of course connected to another trend, which is the continuous rise and reshaping of the global economy through tech and of course through AI, and everyone has real familiarity with that. But what I find so interesting about this trend, and as a global force that's shaping cross-border activity, is just the sheer size and scale, the pace, and the genuine cross-border nature of these investments and these industrial developments. Data centres, I think, as is the case in India, as is the case in Australia, are not geographically situated depending upon where the service is delivered. So a data centre in Australia could be servicing and supplying resources or supplying solutions and technology, connectivity, anywhere across the globe. And so I see this as yet another fuel, yet another driver for the global economy and global economic growth. So the first is global resilience generally in the economy. The second is my space, AI, tech drivers. The third, and I think just a significant force, is the growth and rise of emerging economies, but the increasing wealth and the aspirational evolution of the populations across those economies, and the ambition that they too will have to engage in what the global economy has to offer. So as we see economic prosperity sweep across emerging countries and emerging economies, I think what will come with that is not an increased focus just on the domestic prosperity, but also on global economic growth as well. And then if I take all of those factors and what does it inform? It informs one thing, which to my mind is the compelling proposition as to why cross-border insolvency and restructuring matters. And of course, it's the flip side of everything that I've talked about. When we have financial distress or a need to restructure any business that has operations outside of the domestic jurisdiction, then naturally we need tools available. I think it's remarkable and remarkably impressive and positive the discussions I hear in and coming from India about the aspirations in relation to ensuring that you have a system and a framework for dealing with international insolvencies and cross-border insolvencies. And I know there has been much discussion about the model law and about ongoing insolvency reform, and I applaud all of those initiatives and endeavours. I'll be in India at the end of July as part of the trial's 60th anniversary celebrations, and hope that I can engage in more discussions about those matters specifically. So maybe if I can just wrap up with these couple of observations. I think that there is an incredible opportunity for India at the moment. The structural reality for India is that corporations operating in India, of course, already have operations well beyond across the world. They hold subsidiaries offshore, they hold assets and receivables offshore Indian companies, and I know this firsthand from my own Indian clients operating in Australia, are incredibly ambitious. And in fact, we're very proud now that our population has just clicked over to 28 million, which I know does not sound very many for a country of your size and scale. But the number one origin of people from outside of Australia now living in Australia is India. So the connectivity for us is very real and very personal in that sense as well.
Great.
They're my insights, and I hope that they help to frame some of the discussion today.
Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Aspirational evolution of Indian population. That was a very important point that you made. Of course, as the economy grows, so is the aspirations of the Indian businesses to have the footprints everywhere across the world, which also means that as and when there is a stress, the entire asset that is with the corporate data should be solved as one single process. And all the creditors should, participate in that. And I think the new provisions that have been introduced in the, under the new amendment, it's a very welcome step. And it does sort of, leave a lot of scope for experimentation based on, what kind of a situation that we face. So there, I mean, it does sort of, also present opportunities for, the distressed asset market at the global platform. So, I mean, Anita ji, can you highlight some of the economic impact of this amendment?
Yeah. At the outset, since I've got the opportunity at the mic, audible? Okay. So I would like to thank Gyaneshwar sir, who's kind of our guru. He's my predecessor in as joint secretary, handling the IBC. Thank you, Shukla ji. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. Your question. The introduction of the cross-border insolvency framework was a long ask, which was there for a very long time. And it is basically India's signal to the world that we have arrived, and the insolvency recoveries for the creditors and maximize the value for the shareholders. And this, if you notice, has been the theme throughout of the IBC 2.0, where we are looking at maximizing value and reducing the timelines and improving the recoveries. And we also want that the framework will kind of prevent value destruction, which is arising from fragmented proceedings, which happen in multiple jurisdictions, facilitate coordinated resolutions, reduce the transaction cost and delays. And in fact, the improved recovery rates will also strengthen the credit discipline and enhance the confidence of the markets. And it will, of course, kind of support the ease of doing business initiatives that we are looking at in the government, improve the investor confidence, lower the cost of capital over time, and integrate us with the global financial and commercial markets. So this is what is the aim, and this is what we're looking at.
Thank you, Anita ji. I think when we started with this journey in 2016-17, I think out of the first dirty dozen cases, we did have some examples where the groups had the assets outside India, and as you said that fragmented processes do result in leakage of the value, and we did experience it a lot. Be it cases like Videocon, which has the offshore oil and gas assets, or Reliance Communication, which has the offshore subsidiaries which had value, or some of the other cases, and we did sort of suffer because of lack of certainty or lack of clarity, how you have to deal with that. In fact, some of the cases, in fact, Sumant were also involved, like MTech, where we did have some of the issues around that. Sumant, we have seen this. It took 8 years, since the initial committee report, to bring this, this provision. So, what does it tell us about the speed at which the subordinate legislation now will actually be notified?
Well, Anup, that's more for Anita to say how much time it will take because I'm sure it is sitting on her desk, and she has been a very big enthusiast about this. But I can tell you a little bit about how we reached here a little bit for the benefit of those in the room. I distinctively remember that it was 14th of September 2016 that I got a call from Dr. T.K. Vishwanathan. He had just stepped out of the room of Mr. Jaitley's. And he called me and said, he used to call him as Jaitley of the, the official conversations. And he said, I've just stepped out of the room. And Mr. Jaitley has said that I have promised Mr. Bhupender Yadav, who was the chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, that we will get the cross-border law as soon as possible. Although he assured Mr. Bhupender Yadav it won't be possible before the IBC is passed, because it would have taken a lot of time to get it incorporated. But he said, I promise, and therefore you have to give me a draft bill as soon as possible. So he said, you have to come and help me. And I remember that it took us, we sat for about 3 to 4 weeks in his office that was then in Vasant Vihar or Vasant Kunj, where the Indian Council of Mediation and Arbitration Office was. Now, of course, it has been taken over by the government. And we prepared a first draft. In the meantime, IBBI became functional in October, on 1st of October. And then we met Dr. Sahu, and we said that we'd like to sort of discuss this draft with you and with the market. And I remember that we had the first discussion with the market sometime in February of 2017. Suharsh, I don't know if you were in the room or not. You were there? Yes, Suharsh was in the room as well. I don't remember if you were in the room or not. Yes, you were busy handling the first 12 cases. And we had a very good discussion. Virtually all the big players were there around the table. We prepared the first draft, and then we had an initial conference of ASSOCHAM. And I remember all the global players were there, and we discussed on the sides with the World Bank, IMF, everybody was there for that conference. That was the first mega conference that took place on insolvency. And after that, we presented the draft to Mr. Jaitley, who passed it on to the secretary MCA then. And then I received a call from Mr. Gyaneshwar Kumar's predecessor, Joint Secretary, Mr. Bhatia. And we had a discussion. Why I'm telling you this is, at that point in time, the thinking in the government was that we need to hold our hands on this, because we need to first focus on getting our feet on the ground as far as the domestic municipal law is concerned. It's new, and we need to be first confident that the IBC institutions are in place, we are able to get results out of the first few cases, and then we should focus on. That was the thinking, but that didn't mean that he set aside the file. He said that let's just talk about it, but our priority has to be that, and I think it was a very fair assessment. And for the first 4 to 5 years, I think it was a good move to sort of not really take a dive on the cross-border. And then in 2020, just when the third decade of this 21st century started, globally things started changing a little bit. We all know all the international dynamics that were changing just pre-COVID and around COVID, and post that, all that geopolitical developments which Scott, you also briefly mentioned about. That, of course, I'm sure compelled the policymakers to apply a bit of a cautious approach to see that, whatever we're going to ultimately bring to the parliament should really meet the realities of today and should serve the country's objective more than anything else, while, of course, being mindful of the India's responsibility as one of the key leaders on the economic global stage. And I think that took another 3 to 4 years, and that is something, again, not much can be shared, but Anita knows, and some of us who have been sort of working in the background as to how much effort that has taken to sort of get clarity on what is it that ultimately should go to the parliament, and what is it that we should be able to sell to the policymaker in the parliament. And what you have seen ultimately come out in the last week of May as a section, as a provision, an enabling provision, is, in my view, ultimately the best outcome of the results, which it gives the freedom to us to sort of, through rules, which Anita's team is working on right now, and present a model which I think, I'm rather confident that many countries in the global south would want to replicate. Because they have been looking at India, many fence-sitter countries for a very long time. And now, on the rules, I think one thing, of course, as I mentioned, that Anita has been, of course, for the last 5 years working very deeply into this. But the only one thing that we would obviously want as professionals, also those who have worked with the UNCITRAL model right from the beginning, many of us, that we have to ensure that the sanctity of the UNCITRAL model law in terms of the core principles remains intact. But at the same point in time, the model law provides enough flexibility to the policymakers to tweak it to best suit its municipal requirements, its sovereign needs, and as long as there is a fine balance between the two, I'm sure we will end up surprising the world in terms of how we can produce best legislative regulatory models as we have been able to do with the IBC itself.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. But of course, while we have taken 8 years, but I think a lot of understanding, has developed now, and we also have the benefit of, what kind of a cooperations between the judiciary, are taking place elsewhere, and we can definitely, try and adopt some of these best practices. But while we, continue to make progress in developing the law, the business is actually fast moving ahead. And we do have those issues in our existing insolvency proceedings where, the corporate debtors do have assets outside. And not only the corporate debtors, but the personal guarantors also have the assets outside. And there is a very urgent need to sort of, get hold of those assets also, so that the entire asset pool can be available for holistic resolutions. And from that perspective, David, this question is to you that, asset freezing, asset tracing has also become one of the very immediate, concern area for us as well. How do you think, this should be approached, whether it is in Cayman or in Dubai or elsewhere? How should we be approaching, this particular issue, and, what are the tools that, we can adopt, given that, we do not have the UNCITRAL, the cross-border rules in place as of now?
Thank you very much for that. Is that working? Can everyone hear me? Yep. Yeah, excellent. So just to explain how I'm in a position to approach that question, I'm a partner in a firm that specializes in the laws of international financial centers, often called offshore. My personal practice is in the British... Hello, is that better? I was saying my personal practice is in the courts of the British Virgin Islands and the Cayman Islands. They're both used as international asset holding jurisdictions. I think there's 350,000 live companies in the BVI, and something like 2/3 of the world's hedge funds are domiciled in the Cayman Islands. So those two jurisdictions have an outsized footprint in terms of asset tracing and cross-border insolvency. I think if I could bring one message to this room, it would be one of optimism. I'm often met with concerns, or an instinctive concerns, about the ability to trace assets into those jurisdictions. I can tell you that those concerns are not warranted. I've made a career of successfully identifying and tracing assets into those jurisdictions. They are, by public policy, creditor friendly due to the way that they're used for international financial setups and systems. And there are a well-trodden path to identifying and securing assets. So whether that's through formal insolvency process, and neither of those jurisdictions have adopted the model law, but they each have a bespoke statutory framework to assist foreign office holders, or whether that is common law and equitable powers that the courts have to freeze assets in support of underlying claims, for disclosure orders before proceedings are issued. All of these are tools that have been and are used every day to secure assets and ultimately enforce against them. We have specialist courts in those jurisdictions that are very familiar with these type of issues, complicated corporate structures, and fraud elements, efforts to dissipate assets, move them out of bankruptcy or insolvency regimes. So it is very achievable. The actual tactics you take will depend on the jurisdiction that you're looking in, and your choice of jurisdiction will be limited to where the assets are or where the corporate vehicles are held. So I think if I had any message for people to walk out of the room with, it would be if you see an offshore vehicle in your structure, it comes up in your Indian insolvency regime, don't panic. It is an opportunity, in my experience, and come to speak to somebody who operates in my jurisdictions. And a takeaway point is, if there's concerns about financing proceedings in those jurisdictions, we now have a very developed litigation finance, insolvency finance regime, and it's possible to fund claims very easily if that is, and it's often the case that a cause of action is the most valuable thing that sits in the estate rather than a particular asset that you're searching for.
Thanks, David. I mean, it's a very good insight. And also, when we were, looking at, the cross-border regime across the world, I mean, one very interesting thing that came out is that, it's not always that you need a very defined rules and regulations. I think sometimes, how basically you talk to the, judicial authorities in those countries can also bring out solutions. We have some very good results that we have seen in the recent past. One was, I remember, in State Bank of India versus cell manufacturing. There were assets that were in US, and the Delaware bankruptcy court recognized Indian proceedings, and they protected the assets. And this is in a situation where we do not have any formal insolvency set up. Also, we have seen Singapore court recognizing the Indian insolvency. And in fact, we have seen one of the Japanese insolvency proceedings recognized by Delhi High Court, where the guarantors' assets were protected in favor of the creditors. And Jet Airways is one of the cases, and what it appears is that if you interact more and if you have more protocols, then it does help even in the absence of any defined rule. So Suharsh, my next question is you have seen, I mean, you are also practicing cross-border insolvency law alongside the domestic insolvency practice. And you would have seen a lot of these protocols that are developed. Asian region has one, JIN has another one, you have one between Hong Kong and mainland, and likewise, across. So in your experience, what are the sort of, best things to sort of derive from these kind of protocols? What we can utilize?
Many thanks to the MCA, IBPI and IICA for organizing this panel discussion, and real pleasure to be amongst such an esteemed group. To answer the question, Anup, I think let's briefly trace the journey of IBC vis-a-vis cross-border insolvencies. And so far, unfortunately, because of the lack of a cross-border protocol, the NCLT and the NCLAT so far has had to rely on ad hoc mechanisms. And the prime example that we have is Jet Airways, which Mr. Batra was instrumental in devising the cross-border protocol between the Indian insolvent entity and the Dutch estate. Now, of course, though that has worked out very well, the fact remains that it was ad hoc, and it acted on the goodwill of the Indian insolvency professional and the conduit that we were able to establish between the Indian RP and the Dutch administrator, the Dutch trustee, rather. So the fact that now the government has notified Section 240C, it's a very welcome move. Many people in the industry are quite excited that this will open new avenues for recognition of cross-border insolvencies, asset tracing. On what the best practices would be. So we already have the report which on similar cross-border protocols. So one of the most important things which, in my view, there is a very strong debate, and I think there is good rationale for both sides as to whether or not reciprocity should be retained in a cross-border insolvency protocol. The argument for reciprocity is that insolvency protocol is supposed to be a unified recognition mechanism in which, regardless of whether the other country or the other jurisdictions have reciprocity or not, the fact that your COMI jurisdiction permits other insolvency processes to be recognized, that should be sufficient without relying on the fact that the other jurisdiction respects or has also got a similar cross-border insolvency legislation. Now, initially, the UK and the US also did not have insisted on reciprocity. But interestingly, UK, US, and Singapore have dropped the requirement of reciprocity. Secondly, there is a very legitimate concern that if we don't insist on reciprocity, will our domestic public policy be respected or not? But the fact is that the draft report which we have already says that the domestic public policy needs to be respected, and if there is a foreign insolvency award which is manifestly contrary to domestic public policy, that will not be respected. And thirdly, I think the argument in favor of reciprocity is that, in case you are looking at a conglomerate which has assets in jurisdictions which are diverse, some of whom have a reciprocity condition and some of whom don't have it, then doing a cohesive collective resolution will become more challenging. So this is but on the contrary, there are enough arguments to say why insisting on reciprocity is critical. So this is a debate, I think, which, all of us policymakers and the government will have to delve into before the rules are notified. But in my humble opinion, I think reciprocity is something which we need to focus on. And the best practice, in my view, dictates that reciprocity should not be made a precondition to cross-border protocol.
That's an important point that you made, Suharsh. In fact, the examples that I gave you of Delaware court recognizing Indian proceedings, they did not decide it on the basis of reciprocity. Similarly, the Singapore case, where we have seen recently that the Singapore has recognized Indian proceedings and recognized the resolution professional as the representative, they have also not insisted on reciprocity. And I think, in a way, it does not limit the area in which those judicial forum operates. In fact, it enhances, and the more opportunity you create, the better it is for that jurisdiction. Because at the end, I think the universalism principle is very important, where the assets are limited, and therefore those limited assets need to be distributed to the creditor. So therefore, Pooja, in the Singapore case context, where they did recognize the resolution professional of India, of Indian corporate debtor, as the official representative, and they did allow the protection. Are you excited about this, for the Indian cases, where they may have the assets outside India, and what kind of steps you think the RP should take?
Thank you for your question, and I think, I hope you cannot hear me. Can you all hear me now? Thank you for the question. Truthfully, I think as an insolvency professional who's practicing, I do feel that the success of the cross-border insolvency in our country will largely depend on the capability of the insolvency professionals. I think it's very important as an institutional capacity building exercise. I'm very excited that we are looking to the next phase, but we need capable insolvency professionals who understand that there is international cooperation which is involved. I think we need to make sure that cross-border insolvency is something which as we need us to become a specialist discipline. So the success, I feel, of the Indian cross-border insolvency will of course be determined by the legislature. It will be determined by also the next generation of insolvency professionals, that we are able to confidently operate across jurisdictions. That's extremely important. I think as an insolvency professional, I'm looking forward, because we are the ones who are crucial. We are the bridge between the actual legal, the text and actual implementation. So, as an insolvency professional, we are the operational gap between the legal frameworks and a successful cross-border outcome. So we I look forward that, you know, we are the ones who will be, you know, taking the, becoming the trusted information hub, a primary custodian of information. And truthfully, we as insolvency profession, I'm looking forward to the role because as a from RP managing an individual matter, we have to become global coordinators. So in the, you know, where we are recognized globally. So, you know, we are managing a process domestically. Now we need to manage a network. So we are the ones who have to identify where the value exists, who controls the value, you know, which jurisdiction has the authority over it. So our responsibility, I think, has become no longer confined to assets which are within India. So as a practical challenge, we will have challenges where, you know, the trademark may be registered in Singapore, the receivables may be from UAE, and the servers may be in Europe. So we are the ones who become the central value preserving officers. That becomes very important. I think as a resolution professional, we, you know, the recognition which we are getting in the foreign court engagements, it's a new responsibility because we are the ones who will be responsible to actually engage with the foreign councils, establish, you know, coordinate with the foreign administrators. So recognition proceedings are important, of course, like in the Singapore matter, but they are not merely legal exercises. I think these are very much strategic exercises. So we are the ones who will ensure that we are able to access the assets, you know. So I think maintaining information sharing, maintaining accurate data rooms, creditor communications. So this becomes a very, very important aspect from an insolvency professional point of view. And I think more responsibility is something which will be cast upon us to ensure that we are playing a critical role in ensuring that the implementation of the cross-border provisions are done in a proper manner. So basically, no cross-border insolvency, you know, will be successful till we have adequate infrastructure as an insolvency professional. So I think, you know, we all need to understand all the models, whether it's the UNISTRAL model or specialized training for insolvency professionals is required. Development of practical standards is required. And of course, we need a professional ecosystem. So that's when we will be able to recognize the importance which is now there upon us individually.
Thanks, Pooja. I think there is a great opportunity for the resolution professionals, insolvency professionals. And in fact, you know, that is where, you know, the institutions like INSOL and Insolvency Law Academy comes in to sort of, you know, initiate those training programs to sort of, you know, keep, you know, make you ready, keep you ready, you know, for these challenges. But, you know, just coming back to one very important aspect that, you know, Suharsh had touched upon on public policy, where, you know, the public policy principle is a very important principle, you know, when recognizing the foreign insolvency proceedings. And to a great extent, I feel that, you know, in India, you know, our insolvency law does have, you know, some element that, you know, where, you know, the public policy challenges will come, 29 being one of them, where, you know, we don't find it anywhere in the world, but not touching upon the specific, you know, aspect of what could be the challenge. But generally, Anita ji, these public policy exceptions are handled very differently. How we are going to balance this vital issue?
Yeah, so the public policy exception, in fact, is a very important safeguard which is within the cross-border framework because we try and balance the international cooperation with the sovereign interest of the country, right? So we had examined the international practices and there's a wide spectrum of approaches across different countries. At the one end of the spectrum, you've got the United States, where the courts are generally adopting a very liberal approach and they invoke public policy exception only in exceptional circumstances. At the other end, you have Japan and South Korea, which are more restrictive. So most of the countries, in fact, operate somewhere within this two extremes, right? So our India's proposed policy framework is going to strike a balance and a very pragmatic middle path. One notable innovation is that the determination of the public policy concern has been delegated by the legislature to the government, thereby ensuring that the broader national interest, strategic consideration, and the sovereign concerns which arise from time to time can be suitably taken into account. And the public policy issues, in fact, are best assessed on a case-to-case basis rather than through a rigid or a generalized mandate. the cross-border insolvency cases, in fact, could often, have unique factual and legal circumstances. And we would require a very flexible approach and a very flexible approach and have a very nuanced decision making that would go into this. At the same time, we'll have to preserve the international cooperation also. So it's a very fine balance that we'll have to strike. But the intention of ours is always to ensure that the public policy exception remains to be an important safeguard, but it should not be an obstacle to the cross-border cooperation. And we are of the view that the balanced approach is going to help build confidence amongst the international stakeholders, as well as protect India's legitimate national interest. So this would be our take on.
I'm tempted to ask a question around one specific aspect of, this public policy constraint, which is, will we relook at the 29A scope and extent in near future?
Not immediately, no.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Sumant, Pooja mentioned about, the training requirement for the RPs, how they should be well prepared for the cross-border challenges, that they will face when they get the assignments. We did have, the training program that Indian regulator started, which had a limited outreach. Now, as the founder of Insolvency Law Academy, what does a credible institutionalized cross-border IP training pipeline look like? And what role should the IPAs should be playing in building it?
Well, I think key to the success of the cross-border insolvency framework in India would lie in creating a very deep capacity amongst all stakeholders, not just the insolvency professionals. I would say the regulators themselves, the IBBI, I would say also the NCLTs primarily, NCLAT also, because they will be called upon to sort of test the orders passed by the NCLT, and also the bankers, because they need to also understand, how the assets need to be traced and clawed back. I think that's something is going to ultimately require priority as soon as the rubber hits the ground. My only request to the government through Anita would be that I think we should chart a complete roadmap and a good plan to implement that over the 3 months before and after the unsettled model law is implemented. Something similar to how we did it when the IBC was implemented. There was a complete 1-year road plan of how we're going to implement. There was seminars, conferences, workshops, all happening by the day in different parts of the country. Fortunately, we have something which is likely to happen, is actually happening in July in India, where the UNCTAD 60th anniversary is being celebrated in India, together with the Supreme Court of India and the Ministry of External Affairs, and hopefully going forward with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And there will be an opportunity there to sort of create some interaction with the NCLTs and others. We'll have to see how it goes, but those dates are already fixed. It's going to be happening in the Supreme Court premises. And Insolvency Law Academy is associated with that. So hopefully that would probably a kickstart event for us to sort of take it forward. It's premature at the moment because this has just sort of happened. This is about a week's old kind of a thing. And but that's a great opportunity to use it as a springboard for us to sort of launch into doing more ambitious, aspirational training programs going forward.
Thanks, Sumant. David, coming back to you, you heard what Sumant, others, and Suharsh talked about on the cooperation in the cross-border insolvency cases. What's your experience of, ad hoc recognition of the foreign insolvency versus the, some kind of a formal, understanding between the two jurisdictions on, how they deal with the insolvency. So which one is better, the ad hoc or the,
I think if it's available, formal recognition and assistance is the most helpful. That being said, both my jurisdictions have signed up to the GIN assistance program, And in the right circumstances, we found that it has been a useful feature of dealing with competing or potentially competing insolvencies. Obviously, there are built-in limitations with that. It is not formal or statutory based. It's based on judges assisting each other across jurisdictions. And that can run into difficulties if you're dealing with moratorium issues that have different answers in different places. But even without a formal recognition or assistance, and even without a cooperation agreement between the two different jurisdictions, we've often found the best solution in our jurisdictions is not in formal insolvency proceedings at all, but is rather an office holder having standing to bring standard claims in seeking assets, securing those assets, and looking to enforce against them. So I think it's a toolkit. It will depend very much on the circumstances, but if I had the opportunity to get formal recognition, assistance, or even have an insolvency practitioner appointed in my own jurisdiction, and for that individual to cooperate with the Indian office holder, I think that would be the gold standard.
Thanks, David. Scott, are you still there? Oh, Scott has left. I wanted to ask him if he were to amend IBC for us, what he would have done. But so we are not left with too much time. So a quick word on, what do you expect now going forward?
So I think that the person to be able to answer that is sitting on your right side, but still.
Expectation.
No, our expectation. No, so what is expected from the market is, first of all, before the expectation, there's a lot of excitement in the market that the reforms which we've been looking forward to have finally seen the light of day. And I think market participants, lenders, creditors, as well as bidders on the broader insolvency reform, not particularly on cross-border, but even the broader insolvency reform has been very well received by the market. So I'd like to congratulate the government on that. Now, specifically on cross-border, the expectation is and the hope is that the sooner the rules are notified, it will lead to a lot more clarity, especially in an environment like this where we are seeing distress not only in sporadic countries, but we may see a global situation of distress across various jurisdictions. And businesses, whether we like it or not, have been extremely interconnected over the past few decades with the flow of globalization. So my expectation is if the government would expedite the rules notification process. Of course, the government has a lot on its hands, but this is a hope or expectation from the market.
Yeah, quick word, Pooja, from IP's perspective.
From an IP's perspective, I think something like maybe a national cross-border insolvency capacity building initiative can be taken up, where the government is there, IBBI, Insol India, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, so that we have a roadmap, so that we are able to actually develop all the training which is required with practical experiences, wherein we can actually take part in some simulation exercises, because we have to build the next level of the cross-border insolvency professional. So we expect that an academy training. I still remember there was a training the trainers in World Bank when we just started with the insolvency professional. Something like that in the cross-border, that would look forward
Thanks,
to
Pooja.
that.
So Anita ji, you have heard from everybody, what do they expect? What is your expectation from the practitioners, be it the IPs, RPs, or financial consultants or legal consultants? What is your expectations of them?
See, the law has been enacted, right? So we've done our bit. Rules will be in position shortly. Now, the success of the cross-border insolvency regime is going to depend not only on the legislative framework, but also the preparedness of the institutions and the stakeholders who are responsible for its implementation, which includes the regulator, includes the adjudicating authority, and the IPEs and IPs also. Right, so training and technology, in fact, as you've already spoken about it, they'll be really critical enablers to this process. We look at insolvency professionals, judges, regulators, financial creditors, lawyers, And all the other stakeholders will also require a specialized training in areas such as international insolvency law, cross-border cooperation mechanism. There are various different kind of mechanisms that exist. Then international asset tracing, then the conflict of law principles, as you had mentioned earlier in your introductory remark, that civil laws being different in different countries. So how do we handle that? Foreign court procedures and the jurisdiction-specific insolvency protocols also would be required to be looked into, trained, and capacity to be built. And then there is a lot of complexity which is involved in these multinational insolvencies, you know. So it's important that the stakeholders also develop the familiarity with the international best practices and the cooperation frameworks that exist. There has to be effective communication between the communication as well as coordination amongst the court, as you had mentioned earlier, that it does happen, and then that needs to continue to happen and also be institutionalized. Technology will of course play an important role. We already have the insolvency integrated portal for insolvency ecosystem, where I was discussing the other day that we will also require to introduce something on the cross-border as well. And since AI would be a part of that, so a lot of learning could go into that, and maybe we'll try and ease the processes for the judges as well as for the professionals. And in the law, we made it very clear that there will be specialized benches for NCLT. So it's not that the whole all the 62 members will have to be trained in insolvency. We'll pick up a few and we'll train them, and they continue to learn. So that, I'm sure, is going to be a very good way out in getting the effectiveness of the cross-border insolvency. And so for us, the effectiveness of the cross-border insolvency rests on 3 pillars. One is the legal certainty, the institutional capacity, and the technological readiness that we have. And together, these will enable the stakeholders to navigate the complex cross-border insolvency situation very efficiently and effectively.
Thank you, Anita ji. Yeah, quick word, Suman.
I just
on the
wanted to
competence building also.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Saman, I think maybe let me just respond to that very, very quickly. I think the competence building is something which I think is very individual. You know, you can take the horse to water, but you can't really force it to drink. Yeah, institutionally, of course, yes. It goes without saying that, you know, we really need to invest very, very heavily and consistently on this. And I personally feel, and this is probably not the platform for that maybe, but I'll take the liberty of mentioning, in the initial 5-6 years, the way the NCLT training programs, the colloquiums were held, were classic, where, you know, you had international or key market experts and coming and talking to them. And I think we need to sort of revive that, where there is exposure to the international, external experts as well, while of course the judges need to meet amongst themselves in one part of the training program, so that they can discuss some things freely, frankly, without any outsider being present. But there should also be space for interaction with international experts and domestic experts, because that brings in a very different perspective. And that used to be the norm in the first 4 to 5 years. But other than that, there are 2 more. I wanted to make a very quick point on, you know, something that probably you wanted to ask Scott, you know, one thing that he would have wanted to change. And also, it dovetails into actually, in a way, what you mentioned about 29A. We've had, you know, a number of conversations abroad about the uniqueness of Section 29A. And as ambassadors of India, we obviously defend it vigorously at international platforms, because it's Indian policy, it's Indian law, and all of us at international platforms are duty bound to defend all our policies and everything, and however critical they might be. But of course, you know, back home we can speak about it a little bit more freely, and I do believe that that 29A was an idea which was very important at that point of time, and there was a reason why it was brought in. But I think to a large extent in the first decade it has served its purpose, and it can now be gradually diluted. And Anita also mentioned that it probably won't really happen at one go, one shot, but gradually, as has been done in the past also. You've seen 240A, you've seen 12A, many of these things which have diluted, but they still don't serve the purpose. But I think one of the remarkable changes which has happened, and which shows the policymakers' openness to this idea. And to make the correction in 29A is the CIIRP. Because what CIIRP will allow is the promoters with which there is no trust deficit and which still are in the good books of the bankers to start the CIIRP process and perhaps even finish it before 1 year passes from the classification of the NPA. And therefore the disqualification hits in, the 29A gets triggered. So the whole idea was that CIIRP should really allow these people to be able to sit with the lenders and complete the entire process before they get disqualified under 29A. And this is an opportunity that the industry needs to take. Set great examples. The lenders should bring out some good pilot projects. And Anup, you need to talk to your clients, because you represent so many bankers, and so Arch, you too. And we need to make sure that this doesn't go the same way as pre-pack. And once we've done that, then you are almost 50% convinced the lenders there is a merit in perhaps opening another window on 29A. And these windows will ultimately let enough air inside that you don't even need to sort of open the shutter up, is what I believe.
Yeah, I think we talked a lot about the competence building and the need for, removing these public policy related obstacles from a cross-border insolvency perspective. I think, but there is one more important last point from my side is that there needs to also be trust building. I think, and it's very important that, and AIPE is, one of the sponsors, or, they have initiated this whole thing. I think they also have, this immense task of, building that trust. And whatever we have seen, so, in the past that, from a regulator side also, how they basically look at the whole insolvency professional body as a community, or for that matter, any other advisor. I think there is a dire need to sort of, have that trust building also, and a sincere request to the regulator also to sort of, help in development of really trustworthy, credible IP institutions. Thank you. Thank you all.
We finished on time. Absolutely on time.
I thought we are absolutely.
Oh, there's a question. The mic will need. Could you introduce yourself first, sir?
I'm MB Chandar. I work for media. These policy making and competence building, these terms which are using, these are all for small offenders. What about the big players? I don't want to name. All know. They are still going scot-free outside the country. And the government is giving dates for repatriation, yet they are not being repatriated. Their properties are confiscated. Some properties abroad and some properties here. But the very offenders, they are not repatriated to the country as yet. Several dates have been announced. What is the policy for them?
I don't think we have understood your question correctly. I mean, is it in relation to the cross-border insolvency?
This is Vijay Mallya's case, Nirav Modi's case. Their properties have been confiscated little bit. Sometimes they show they have confiscated this much amount.
I think we should talk about the solutions that, resolution that have taken place in the last 8 years.
The topic was cross-border insolvency.
Cross-border insolvency.
So
But very offenders, they are not being repatriated.
That's not a cross-border issue, sir. That's not a cross-border insolvency issue, sir.
But their properties have been confiscated in London also.
So we have, my name is Rajiv Mokina. I'm an insolvency professional. Now we have talked a lot about the process. I think all the discussion happened about the process because the law is not in place. The law has not been stated in the act. It just is the enabling provision that the provisions will be spelled out and the process is being defined. Now, in the past, in taxation, we have not adopted the OECD model till date. We have our own model. So I want to ask Madam Anita, is there a possibility that we will be able to adopt UNICITRAL as it is? Because unless we do that, there are many
we
things
will learn
can't
from the
do.
best and we'll adopt all the best practices across.
Ma'am, how do we, without adopting, how do we provide certainty to the resolution, Indian resolution process?
See, I think they will bring out the rules for discussion, consultation. Perhaps everybody can, give their views. And frankly speaking, I must say that, in the insolvency space, there are multiple forums at which, we've been able to sort of, give our suggestions, and some of those suggestions have actually been incorporated, whether at the government level,
I just wanted to have the
regulator level.
policy view if government is thinking of adopting the unit trial as it is.
I've already told you that we'll be looking at the best practices across and then we will adopt them, and then, as he said, the discussion paper will anyways be out. There's a process of consultation on the rules, so that will be out. And based on the responses that we get, we'll be making the rules suitably. Right?
Thank you.
Sorry, and just to respond, sir, to your question, I mean, if you see the past few years in IBC's evolution, you'll find that the government has been highly consultative. There have been position papers, there have been invitation for public comments, there was a parliamentary committee set up, there have been various industry bodies which have held seminars and conferences. So the process has been highly consultative, and the expectation is that it will continue to be the case, even for the cross-border rules.
Yeah. And it's not an easy concept. Cross-border is not an easy concept. Most of the advanced jurisdictions have struggled to have a perfect solution. So therefore, I think we have the benefit of, learning from everywhere and bring out the best. I think, yeah.
So we will just hand over the mementos to the panelists. Anju ji will present to Mitra ji.
Very nice discussion. A round of applause for the.
Yes.
We can gather your. You can come.
Now we'll break for lunch and we'll start sharp at 2. So please come back, have a quick lunch and come back. Next session is also very interesting. Thank you.
with. Thank you for the opportunity to the organizers, IICA, AIPE. Prepackaged insolvency resolution process, though we have not conducted any formal survey, so whatever deficiencies we feel or whatever be the reasons of this not taking off as well as we thought are basically the discussions from the experts and the stakeholders and not exactly the survey numbers. So they have to be taken with a pinch of salt. One of the main reasons has been that when it was introduced, at that point of time, a lot of alternative schemes were available. So at that time, emergency credit line guarantee scheme was given by the government, wherein the credit to the MSMEs was first guaranteed by the government of India. So that scheme was availed by many corporates rather than, so it provided emergency credit to them. Then RBI's one-time restructuring framework was also extended to them, and then it was subsequently further timeline was revised. Then one-time settlement for MSMEs was also extended. So when these options were available, these are sort of alternative options with less documentation, less procedure, and less hurdle for both the banks as well as the corporate debtor. So they got priority rather than the PPIRP, which is still a judicial process, requires a lot of working in terms of preparing the plan and the process, etc. So that was one of the difficulties. Then another difficulty when we interacted with the banks who will basically drive this was this, that they were not comfortable with giving a base resolution plan which indicates a haircut themselves. Like, how do we come to a figure that this will be the haircut in the base resolution plan to which we are sort of agreeing when somebody is coming? So they were not comfortable with that idea. If you study the various kinds of requirements which are needed before the initiation of the process, so there are so many requirements. So without a formal platform, coming to that understanding, common understanding between the debtor and the creditors is very, very difficult. It is possible between a debtor and a particular creditor, but with so many creditors, it becomes very, very difficult coming to an understanding. Because if the process is initiated, then you have to follow a particular kind of a procedure and process and through which things work out. You do a COC meeting, you do a plan, or some professional has to build a plan. Here it has been specified this will be prepared, but who will prepare it, etc. are not very left. Those details have been left and rightly left. But then it acts as a hurdle for further implementation of that. Then very high pre-approval threshold of 66%, that 66% of the creditor should be onboarded and they should approve it. That itself was a very difficult thing. Then scope was limited to MSMEs, to which already some alternative schemes were available. So obviously the takeoff was less. So these have been some of the main concerns because of which PPIRP could not take off. So one of the things which we thought of was that, another thing was that this process was still a judicial process. Admission was taking a lot of time. Even the 16 cases which have happened, in those admission has taken a long time. So even though the process is a curtailed process of 120 days, but the admission itself is taking, say, 1.5 years, 2 years, then that doesn't remain a short process. So what we thought of, can we do away with the admission process, which basically there are NCLT acts as a custodian, as a sort of a gatekeeper. Somebody is coming in the insolvency process, then it has to pass through the NCLT gate. Somebody is exiting the insolvency process, again they are a gatekeeper, either by a resolution plan or dissolution, they act as a gatekeeper. Their involvement was thought of at these two stages mainly. But every dispute between the stakeholders is ultimately comes to NCLT. So as Gupta sir said, mainly they will be involved at three stages: objection, moratorium, and plan approval. But then if any disputes arise, they will also come to NCLT. So NCLT can't avoid them. So even though in the CRP also we thought only admission and exit, but that those will be unplanned. So one of the major process which is taking time at the end of NCLT was admission. So we thought of how the admission can we curtail it. So it is not possible in case of all the creditors, but it was thought that in case of regulated entities, and there too, if they are thinking of something by a majority vote, then probably we can trust them that they will, whenever they bring somebody to this process, because it's an extreme process. If you are initiating insolvency of a person, it is it's quite a stigma to that person. So it should be by a entity which is a regulated entity and which is credible in a sense. So one of the requirements we set was this, then by majority of those regulated entities who have given credit to the corporate debtor, they should come together and do it. And what we also thought was that where are the lot of frictions which are taking place, which are leading to the value destruction. So one of the points was that when CD is entering into CIRP, at that point of time, the effort of the management is, ex-management is that like they are not interested in what assets should be retained by the corporate debtor. In their opinion, the less records go, less assets go, it's beneficial to them. So if we make the process somehow that they are in continuation of in possession of those assets, they keep running the business, and also they keep maintaining the record, then that friction goes away. The professional will be interested only with carrying out the process. He will not be bothered with the running of the process. So the friction regarding handing over of the assets and the records, if we can take off, and take off in a manner wherein there are certain incentives and disincentives built, wherein if he is operating the process in good faith, then he retains in control, keeps running the business. But if he is not doing so, then it can be converted into CRP and he can lose control. So this is the sort of both incentives and disincentives built in the system so that it can run smoothly. Another incentive, disincentive we tried to build in was that when you are admitting somebody in the process, then one can object to it, and those objections can go to NCLT. But we have tried to build, like, if this process is initiated by the banks right at the NPA stage, when the NPA has just become NPA. So most of the corporate debtors, promoters, etc. are hit by this particular clause wherein NPA is more than 1 year. Other clauses are also there, but most of them are hit by this clause. So if as soon as the asset turns into NPA, and if that company comes into insolvency right at that point of time, this promoters will still be eligible under section 29A to bid for the company. And then they will have incentive that they carry out the process as quickly as possible so that they are still eligible when plans are being put in place. So they will not oppose the process if they are eligible. So this is one of the the thought process which has gone into. Though initiation of the process is not limited to those, that I should make clear. It can be initiated even for any kind of thing. But we expect that there will be much less opposition in cases where they are still eligible to give the plan. Another thing which we built into the system was that they can object, but if their objections are merely procedural, if they are objecting basically to the procedure, then in that case, if and the NCLT finds that objections are procedural, there was debt due, there was default, then it can be converted into a CIRP. So somebody will not object just for the sake of objecting, because if NCLT finds that no, debt was there, default was there, then in that case he will suffer a major consequence in terms of CIRP rather than CIRP. So that's an disincentive built, and an incentive built that if you cooperate, then probably things will go well. So while designing this, lot of thought has gone into what kind of incentives and disincentives will be there. So as you said, it is quite different from PPIRP in its design, wherein the meeting of minds was envisaged right in the beginning. Here meeting of minds is not envisaged. Here only the problems which have been thought of, their incentives and disincentives have been built into the system, so that that meeting of minds, so that the interests of the parties coincide. That is what we have thought out basically. Main difficulty here will be, which I envisage, is the quality of the information memorandum. Here in the process basically the assets and records are primarily with the corporate debtor and not with the RP. Though he has been supplied with those records, but they are primarily the responsibility of the management. Though RP can object, RP can ask for more information, RP can veto the resolutions if he wants, if they are not in the interest of the CD. But still it is the main record keeper is the CD. So in my opinion, RPs will have to play a very active role in cross-questioning, in finding out that right information is there in the information memorandum. Because in any case, the CD being in the saddle, he has an advantage. Over other resolution applicants, if he is eligible, he has an advantage. There is no denying the fact that he has an advantage. But then that advantage should not be very So bankers in the committee, they were in favor of that we should not give any preferential treatment to the person in charge. The field should be open to all. So that was the kind of thinking. Though in the committee's report we had suggested certain things, that there was a concept of a base resolution plan. There was a concept of when the plan is given by somebody, the promoter, then depending on how close that plan is to the highest value plan, he will get a treatment. So if his plan is very, very low, then he will go out of the picture. He can't even be part of the challenge mechanism. If his plan is closed, then he will be part of the challenge mechanism. That kind of a thing we had thought of. Probably this could not have come probably this could not have come in the code. This is not part of the regulation, but it's a new area. It's a new area. Let us see how the practice evolves and what can we do to ensure that the plans which are given by the CD itself are very competitive, are of competitive nature. So it's a long answer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, it was quite elaborate, and again, but the worth of a pudding is in the eating. So when it goes to the market and they actually apply, it will test the real metal of the law. So let me come to Mr. Arun Yadav. So let's hear from the people who are actually going to use it. Sir, I remember we were, as SBI, first in creating a policy on pre-pack. Right, the moment law came, we were the first and we shared that policy with all other banks. But somehow it did not pick up. So we would like to understand from you, from the banker's view, why pre-pack was not popular among banks and why now, while deciding on a CIRP and CIIRP, why would bank would like to go for a CIIRP? So your opinion, sir. And I'll go to the second part of the question, please.
First of all, what feedback was there? Feedback was mainly normally the promoters would have come forward for this resolution. So they was in their favor, but probably they was, they had a feeling that they could just take it and maybe if you take a CRP route and maybe they were supposed to pay, this is my assumption only, no data here to prove my point. So maybe they have to pay 100% of the operation charges. And then third, because some credit was being treated on priority as far as 100% payment to operation creditor and financial creditors were going to make it. Maybe all these things combined led to this PGIP not picking up, PGIP not picking up. But ultimately we had 70 cases resolved and we had 10 cases resolved, 7 are still in pipeline. So, and 2 of the cases are already settled for SBA also. So wherever the debtors have come forward and they have the trust on the lender, the PGIP was successful. I mean, go on the limited basis only. Coming to CIRP, I'm in all it for CIRP, and I have said in other forums also that it is a good opportunity for the lenders also to resolve the assets. Because when the trust is there, I will give it to the eligible board. I will not say that for all boards I will say for CIRP. At least borrowers who have a genuine difficulty, who are into genuine trouble, or their past conduct has been good, then we can examine this so that we have a board system also on whatever decisions UC takes. So for that, I will, since we are regulator here, we have a dual regulator here in this process. One is IPGI, one is IPI. IPI says, it's fundamentally compliant. But for us, IPI says, any case like you say, or if you decide for the risk case, at least you go for the voluntary body. So that part we have to take care early in the time of initiation. Otherwise, what happens after you say that you are giving a hit, you are taking a hit on a year continuing with the same borrower and allow him to go away scot-free. So why did you do that? So we have to generally address the problem before we take up the CIRP. Hopefully we have so many good, right now the NPA is hardly 1.5%. We have a lot many standards assets. Maybe borrowers are genuine, their intent is genuine, they may be difficulty because of the SAC crisis. There is a good opportunity for the lenders to go actually grab the opportunity of CIRP and resolve the accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So basically, we understand that the first thing here is the trust factor to take off, CRP to take off. If there is a trust between the borrower and the lender, then only this may pick up. Otherwise, CRP is the preferred choice. Second is, I think, even if default is imminent, the bank and the borrower can start planning on a resolution because that will be the right stage in my thing. Before even filing application of notification in the NCLT, I think if bank and borrower can sit together and even default can be planned. I will default, maybe today is say 13 June, I may be defaulting on 31st August. So let's plan before that. So default can also be planned under this scheme so that you get more time, right? And then another month you get for that consideration. And if both the borrower and the lender are on board, I don't think there will be a challenge to the application. So this is basically designed as a non-adversarial scheme where both have to be together, then only bank will be successful in taking it to the court. Otherwise, CRP is the obvious choice. Thank you, sir. let me come to Mr. Anil Goyal now. Anil Goyal is one of the oldest IPs in the profession. His firm has handled, I think, more than 200 assignments. So, sir, in real CRP cases, admission delays, incomplete information, and stakeholder non-cooperation, basically CD's non-cooperation, are cited as key failure modes. Which of these challenges, in your opinion, are addressed by CRP by design features, and which of those are again likely to re-emerge because of time compression, because time is reduced from 270 days to 150 days? And given the current NCLT workload and practice patterns, are these timelines achievable as a consistent standard, and what conditions must be met for the credibility? Well, sir.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. So I think I'll just speak about the experiences that we have had in the past. First of all, let me say that the first question that you've asked is the delay at the initial stages at NCLT level. CIIRP is not involving NCLT at admission stage. Just with 30 days notice, the RP would be appointed, a public notice would be given, and thereafter, the promoters, in case they feel that they are aggrieved, they can reach out to NCLT just to prove whether there was no default. There was no debt or there was no default. That is the only thing that they can go and argue. So therefore, I have only one fear. In case after 30 days notice or on the first 30 days notice, in case the promoter reach out to NCLT, and if the NCLT will start giving stay, that is the only difficulty, that if the NCLT will give stay, I think this pre-initiation would be adversely impacted. So the basic idea that in CIIRP, there will not be any delay in initiating CIIRP, so that actually would hit. So there should be some kind of communication from Ministry of Corporate Affairs that there should not be any stay on initiating CIIRP. That's the one issue. And the secondly, in case we compare the pre-package and we compare CIIRP, and let us see in the pre-package what a debtor would do. He would reach out to a consultant. The consultant would prepare a asset and liability chart and will go out and reach out to the creditors saying that I have 100 assets and my liabilities are 200. So therefore, I would be needing 50% of the haircut. So this is my base resolution plan. Now, bankers at that particular moment will be just taken for a surprise. They would not accept their current assets valuation. They would not accept their other assets valuation, and they will immediately start. This is what has happened in many cases with us. When we have reached out to the bank creditors, the creditors will try to first of all justify why they actually gave their consent to the base resolution plan. They will immediately start the stock audit. They will immediately start the debtors audit, and everything will follow. So the inspection, everything will follow, and then basically they will start preparing the information memorandum. But now in CIIRP, the RP is appointed. Practically what RP will do, immediately on his appointment, RP will block all the entry and exit gates so that there is nothing which moves out or comes in without any documentation. He will just set up a documentation process. Secondly, he will say that in case of any payment more than this amount, this will come to me, and there will be a process in consultation with the committee of creditors that in what manner and in this manner you would be approving the payments. So this is the basic control that the resolution professional will have. And in the meantime, within 1 month or within 60 days, he will prepare a complete detailed information memorandum. Now that information memorandum will help the creditors to take a stock whether this company requires a haircut and to what extent, which was not possible in pre-package because of the information was not available with the bank before the debtor reached out to the creditors. So it was actually coming to the creditors as a surprise. So they never ever accepted a base resolution plan unless there is only one creditor or there is a small amount and they also understand there is a trust between the creditors and the debtor. Now think of a situation, there are 5 creditors and a base resolution plan is submitted. Now in 5 creditors, there will be a complete due diligence on the base resolution plan, then only it would be accepted. So it will take delay, and then finally it will go to NCLT and the banks will immediately start. Now I had various discussions with the banks. The banks said it is better for us to delay the acceptance by giving 66% voting on the base resolution plan. In the meantime, since we know that the company is going to default, we will immediately invoke SARFAESI action. Whatever we are able to recover, we will recover. That was the second action that the banks had started taking whenever any pre-packaged plan was actually submitted to any creditor. So this was the basic reason, the base resolution plan. So in CIIRP, there is no base resolution plan. Now, see, let us understand the value maximization. The value maximization in the case of CIIRP, how it can be assured. Number one, for working capital lenders, it would be a kind of a very big opportunity that if they see that this company has defaulted, they would give a notice. What happens within 30 days? Either the promoter will come, they will induct some fund, they will bring some partner, or they will bring some proposal which is acceptable to the banks. Then they would not appoint an RP. But in case the promoter brings something which is not acceptable, they will appoint RP within 30 days. So there is no value erosion by the promoters. So the stock immediately within 30 days, we can actually get hold of all the stocks, all the debtors, all other current assets are intact. So the information memorandum, but see the only difficulty is like in pre-package also, there was a provision of Swiss challenge. Now Swiss challenge is like the promoters have given a resolution plan of 100 crore and then the plans would be invited from public at large. And then in case the public at large is giving something which is say 150, the promoters will give a resolution plan for 150. So the promoters will take away the company. So in such process, why the public at large will come and waste their time? The public knows that this maximum chances are there that the promoters will take away. So who will come? Only those people will come who are supported by promoters. This is the situation in the pre-package. However, in this case, I still find one gap. In case the company is taken over by the promoters, if the resolution plan of the promoters is accepted, everything is okay, the RP will come out. In case the resolution plan of a third party is approved, then the RP has to be prepared how to hand over the control to a third party. That is something which requires an expertise of the resolution professional, what kind of control that he should have with him. See, presently in CIIRP, we have experience of having control on everything which is required to SRA and we are handing over. In case of CIIRP, what the RP will have so that it is handed over to a SRA other than promoters. I would just need the indulgence of Sandeep Gargji. See, while this was being drafted, what was the thought on this particular point? If the resolution plan of a third party is approved, how the RP will hand over the control to third party? Today in CIIRP, we are clear that we actually have done such controls that it can be handed over without any indulgence from the promoters or the suspended directors. How would it happen, Sandeepji? I'm sorry, I'm just indulging you in this discussion. Gupta sahab also can.
So at present also we find that there are cases wherein SRAs have taken control and by paying some nominal amount, controls have been given to them and then balance is not forthcoming. So we have cases like that. But these cases can be controlled only at the plan level. Like what kinds of safeguards you have in your resolution plan so that these kinds of situations don't arise. One need not give the full control of the assets till the time they have paid the money, and definitely they should have control of the assets to the extent they have paid the money. So both both the interests of both the sides have to be taken care of. So I think framing of this resolution plan will become very, very important. And I think with the professional, probably they were thinking that even if they delay in making a payment, there will not be any siphoning of assets, etc. But with the promoter in charge, probably the money will come faster. This is my gut feeling. They will try to give the money as fast as possible so that they are in the control of the assets. And the resolution plan will provide accordingly. This is my gut feeling from the face of it. And probably the plans will be implemented in a faster manner, even in cases where somebody else other than promoter is taking control of the company.
So
but it has to be controlled mainly at the plan level, and a lot of attention needs to be given to this aspect.
So in case the resolution plan of other than promoters is approved by committee of creditors and that is pending before NCLT. So that is a time when there will be a lot of litigation expected, and that time of litigation when the resolution plan of other than promoters are pending with the NCLT, that would be the time which would be difficult time, because the RP doesn't have the control is with the promoters, and with the approval of the resolution plan of another party, I believe the powers of the directors should have been suspended within the law. In case we could have done that, like when a resolution plan of other than promoters is accepted by the committee of creditor and it is submitted to NCLT, then the powers of the promoters, existing management would be suspended and the RP would take a control on the operations. That probably that can still be brought into the regulations. So that actually will help the RP to control and finally hand over to the SRA.
I think that's a good idea. We can think over it, yes. Because if plan approval happens as stipulated, it's not a problem. But if it is taking time, then there may be a real possibility. And we need to, think of that situation, that if the time gap is more, then probably, and it is very, very clear that his plan is not going through, somebody else's plan is going through, then probably resolution professional will be a better person to have control over the assets rather than the promoters.
I think Yadavji wanted to interlude. You want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Goyal, I think much before the plan is approved, when the RP gets to take control. So what happens in the interim, they know that there is a possibility that someone else will come in. So they will try to do something, some valuable can be there. So it's better that the control of the company goes to the RP and they much earlier stage than what Mr. Goyal says, not at the approval stage, very much prior to that stage. That's my assumption.
Yes, I think Yadav Sahab is right. There are provisions in the Act that COC at any point of time during CIIRP can pass a resolution that it is converted into CIRP. So then when the COC is apprehending that the promoter's resolution plan is not likely to be objective, the first resolution they will pass that it is converted into CIRP, so that the control is taken. Yes. Thank you, Yadav.
Now let me come to Mr. Vipin Agarwal. Sir, you are a corporate governance expert. Mr. Agarwal has authored a book on corporate governance and independent directors' duties recently. We're going to unveil it later in the evening today. So, sir, question for you. Corporate governance failures typically precede insolvency by years. That is the experience we all have in the insolvency ecosystem. From a governance valuation practitioner perspective, how much value destruction usually occurs before post-default early resolution frameworks engage? And is early as defined under the framework aligned with the governance deterioration cycle?
Thank you, Sanjeevji. It's a very intricate question to address. When people actually go before the banks for approval of loan, then the valuation is the right benchmark. And when the valuation is done by the registered valuer at the time of insolvency, then they struggle to really relate a value which was given at the time of sanction of loan. And from there, the question of governance really arises. So how do we define governance? That is the most important point. There is one governance which is what we see in the annual reports of the companies, where the company is having a clean and absolutely fantastic governance report. So you take any case, whether it is Yes Bank or it is Diwan Housing, and you see their governance report. It says absolutely fantastic. So much so, a company which has committed fraud in public eye, say Gensol Engineering, you look at their governance report. It says absolutely fantastic. So how do we define governance? That is the first point. And the second point is, if the governance is something which is the bad intention of the promoters, that is one part. Or the second part is the promoters did not had a bad intention, but they had a poor management. And the poor management really did something which the honest promoters didn't understand. And therefore, that is the second part of the bad governance. Now, the second part of the bad governance, I can say, if you look at the global example of General Electric, and you read the history of General Electric, what happened in the time of Jack Welch, it actually led to destruction of value. And that destruction of value happened because the focus of the management was how can you improve the market capitalization of General Electric. And the market capitalization is something which is a very short-term phenomena, and therefore the whole company really went down the tube. So how do we define corporate governance? And I can't really think of one case, barring few cases of very, very genuine, because of technology or market reasons, I can't think of most of the cases where governance is not responsible for the downfall of a company. So therefore, this is where possibly a very, very structural change is needed, even from the lender side, to prevent. And that is where, a possible detailed working, if more important constructive framework can happen, so that you can prevent. Otherwise, this can become a practice to seek haircuts in the loans which are given. So you have one restructuring, you have second restructuring, and this is the way the banks are going to be taken for a ride. So I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sundaresh ji, he has done some large insolvencies. So as per your experience, early warning, too late signals, value preserving, pre-admission actions, further operational bottlenecks distort the schedule. So there are so many excuses with RPs. What improvements in process design, in your opinion, in both CIRP and CIRP, I'm asking, can reduce the disputes and avoid operational bottlenecks?
Thank you very much, Sanjeev ji, and MCA, IICA, and also my fellow panelists here. Very happy to be sharing this dais. Also Shukla ji. And I think it's a very, very tough time handling the audience after lunch. I can see most of you almost in a state of sleep or in a state of silence. So I think first of all, we should have some kind of consensus that all of you are okay with us talking. Is it all okay? Yeah. So I think that is the first stage, and maybe Sanjeev ji, next time when we do this post-lunch, we should give them something in the lunch so that they are fully adrenaline charged, and we have a very good interaction. I mean, to this question, I would just like to take a liberty to just go back in time, and maybe we can see how the pre-admission stage and the post-admission stage, what were the warnings that we had or we saw, and what we could not do or what we did to do a value preservation. That's basically the crux of your question, if I understand. So in pre-admission stage, it's a long story. If you all are with me, it's a long story because you have a kind of stress in the company, and then we have stress masking techniques that keep on continuing for 1 or 2 years. And then finally the lenders decide, okay, it's not going to happen. And then they get into some kind of a discussion with the proposed promoters or the company. And then it takes another 1 year. And then finally it lands up into IBC kind of a situation. So in this period of say 2 to 3 years, what were the signals? Is it that we don't have any kind of signals? Is it that our system doesn't have any kind of signals? My personal opinion, we have a lot of signals. We have a SMA kind of a gradation in the banks, which does this gradation in the initial stages. There are lots of inspections which happen during this period. At the time you give loan, post-loan management, you have a lot of inspections. There are many signals that comes up. also there are ratings. So in my personal opinion, all these, when these kind of signals come up, or should we take an action, or should we put in place some kind of a policy that if it reduces below BBB rating, or if I say it is tending to touch SMA 0, we should take action immediately. Then should we go to IIRP, or we go to pre-package, whatever may be the situation, or whatever name it is called, we should get into a dialogue with the company and then start doing. We also have a lot of situations and warnings where there is asset stripping. Then also we do not take any kind of action. So what should be done in the pre kind of admission situation? Now, one of the most important things when the panelists also touched upon was delay in judiciary, which has been a common discussion across all platforms from, I think, so many years. This is one thing that we need to do. But what is the cause of the delay? That's also to be seen. Now the promoters or either parties, they bring in many kind of questions into the fore, or kind of situations into the fore, like Vidarbha case, where somebody says that I was never an insolvent person. Because of one litigation, you're calling me an insolvent person. So there will be many instances to delay the entire process and get the case admitted. So in this entire period, there is certainty and 100% certainty that the value is getting deteriorated. So we have to prevent this, there should be some kind of a structural changes in the policy also. Why is the promoter delaying this? There could be reasons where the twilight zone is not noticed by the financial creditors, whatever they have done in the twilight zone. Or is it that they are trying to find loopholes in the IBC processes, like say 43 to 66, where all the investigations is 2 years from the insolvency commencement date, not from the time it's getting filed. Why don't we shift that date to the time when it was declared SMA 0? Why can't we shift it to a time when the rating went down? From 2 years prior to that. So that prevents them from asset stripping. That prevents them from doing anything in the twilight zone. So these are all the early warnings, and these are all the systemic changes that we need to implement or bring in changes. The other point is that on the value preservation, what actually happens is that there could be certain projects, if the company is a going concern, there could be certain projects, there could be certain things which they need to do immediately on capex basis, and they don't have funds. So do we have a kind of funding system in this entire ecosystem? We do not have. We do not have deep financing, debtor in position or distress funding. So what do the banks say? Okay, if I give this, then I have certain restrictions from RBI on classification. Okay, if some other financial institution says, okay, it's already in NPA, I cannot give the funding. Do I have super priority charge on this? What's the guarantee of my return? So all these kind of things needs to be changed. And this is a primary factor for your asset preservation. So in my view, these are the preliminary broad views which I think pre and post which is required, and we have sufficient early warning systems and sufficient mechanisms to protect the assets.
So coming back to Guptaji. Sir, we are talking about debtor in possession now. Again, after 10 years of debtor in control, we are going back to the, under CIRP of course, debtor in possession. So same kind of anxiety and concerns are coming to the minds of maybe financial creditors. Unless there is a trust, so debtor in control, they have that lack of trust and they don't want to deal with the same person. So what safeguards can be adopted to prevent abuse of this DIP model in CIRP, where incumbent management retains control? What are the merits of CIRP over present CIRP? So these two.
One of the So as regards safeguards, as I see from the scheme of CIIRP, the most potent and the effective anti-abuse safeguard is the presence of RP in the board with veto power. So I think that is the most powerful tool available in the scheme of CIIRP, is that whenever RP has to be present and he has to attend every board meeting, and whenever he finds any resolution which is against the spirit, he can veto. So that is one. Number two, I find that there is a, scheme available wherever there is no resolution plan or there is a non-cooperation, then there is a automatic conversion to CIR. So that is, I think, the second safeguard which is available in the law. And the third and fourth, they are otherwise available. Third is PUFE transactions. PUFE transactions, mutandis, those which provisions from section 43 onwards till 50, I think, 50, extortionate. All that are available in CIIRP as well for the RP against the corporate debtor, provided he gets the right information from them, because that will be a challenge. And the last, in case of non-cooperation in preparation of memorandum, the penalties which are available under section 77(1), those are applicable here also. So these are the, I think, the four important safeguards available. In addition to that, the financial creditor also, the scheme envisages that he starts insolvency just in time. As soon as the default, just in time. So that's also, in a way, is working as a safeguard. As regards merits of the CIIRP over CIRP, we have already discussed. It is a debtor in possession model, and the biggest advantage is the it is outside the court.
Yeah, it's a workout.
Outside the court, that is the biggest advantage. So the judiciation or the time spent in the court is minimal, only limited to the objection hearing or approval of the resolution plan or the approval of the moratorium. So that is the first advantage which I see. The second advantage is, of course, the debtor in possession ensures continuity of management and preservation of enterprise value, whatever it is on that day. So those are the other advantage. The third advantage which I find, is, of course, the maximization of value. Because here, if the reason for default is because of the cash flow, then genuinely it can be restored. If it is conduct, then there is a problem. In case of bad conduct on part of the management, then the RP will have problem from the CIIRP. So I feel that CIIRP is definitely an improved system. Let us try.
So, IBBI audible?
Yes.
So earlier, IPs could not have acted as IPs, but some years back we brought this concept that insolvency professional entity in any case was contributing a lot, and without their help the processes were not run. Like most of the important processes, they were involved. So they should in fact act as an insolvency professionals. Because at entity level, they have the expertise of many partners, which may be in different fields: chartered accountants, company secretary, lawyers, management, sector expert. So once they have the expertise, then, and a process, a difficult process especially when somebody is in trouble, requires expertise of all these professionals. So in-house expertise will definitely help to a person who is conducting this process. So it was thought that in complex processes, in big companies, IPs as IPs will definitely help it. We have through DFS been writing to banks that in big cases appoint IPEs as IPs, so that they are more capable and they will be able to take it forward in a better manner. We also find that there are reputed names like these big four firms, and they are still not taking assignment as IPs. We would like them to take assignment as IPs. And if there are any problems in that regard, and if there are any apprehensions in that regard, we are ready to listen to them, and we would like them also to be actively taking these cases. So there may be apprehensions regarding the remuneration. There may be apprehensions regarding undue risk. So if there are any apprehensions, we would like to address them. So and we would definitely like here also in CIRP also that most of the cases I think will be important cases. So here also we would like them to play an active role. A role it becomes even more important because here you are not in full control. So you have to be alert. You have to be alert. You have to be keep track of those early warning signs that whether things are going well or not. And if not going well, then they should be able to alert the creditor so that the control, so that as Mr. Yadav pointed out, that should it be converted into CIRP at the right stage. So they do have a role to play.
Thank you.
Very important role to play, both in CIRP as well as in CIRP.
Coming to Mr. Yadav. So, sir, you heard the regulator, and we have been following up with you also. So, since SBI normally tops most of the large consortiums, you may be first challenge for you will be getting 51% vote for initiating CIRP. But what is your opinion, whether IPs would be better suited for this kind of job, or so what is the SBI's opinion? And what are you plan to do to adopt IPs into the system? So, please.
About the question, actually, what has happened in one of the bigger cases, we wanted to appoint IP, but then we found that during the stage of the GD, the big four and the other big firms, they were not having it because of some perceived risks, they did not apply. Then we go them to apply also. But then they said, no, our internal risk management policy, and they are not around, so we will not be doing that. Now, second comes to there, after before there are other firms also. So other firms, do they have that kind of expertise to handle large corporates? So maybe that expertise has to be built in. But what is that an IP, we say that they can have business from the partners. So one IP, we have to also ensure, the market has to ensure that only one IP does not have all the finance. So one IP, they have the expertise and they will run under one guidance of one IP, they can have from the assignments at a time. So what happens to the other IPs? So we have to think of some solution so that it's not an employment scheme, but at least we get the benefit of expertise of all the major IPs. Because then there is some kind of distribution and no one IP and P or even before, all the land or they take control of the major accounts. So that some aspect between the IBPI and the lenders, we have to sit down and discuss how to do this kind of segregation, how much assignment an IP can have. So we are having 20 IPs, but at least we should have some aspect. So then it will help. So cost benefit is one part. Maybe we have also requested people that for the amounts below say 100 or so, we can have IP. And more than that, if there are cases, we can have IPs that also we can think of. But right now, fortunately, and what is the situation that we are not having many accounts, new accounts coming in. So that opportunity to even approach any IP is not coming. So right now there is a lull. And after if what government new accounts come, then we will definitely take up the IPs into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Goel sir. So
Now let's come to the last topic of this ADR mechanism. So ADR mechanisms are positioned as reducing litigation. In practice, which insolvency dispute categories are meaningful mediation amenable, and where does mediation risk becomes an extra procedural step without resolving the underlying conflict? So your opinion.
Sanjeevji, practically, I have seen that the most of the applications under Section 9, if it is a genuine company and genuine creditor, it gets settled. So that is the reason that the so many applications under Section 9 has actually been settled. Now, I fear, and I also understand that in some cases, the Section 9 applications are basically, it is supported by the promoters also. So, in case the Section 9 applications which is supported by promoters, because they want their company to be in insolvency, because Section 10 is very difficult, and so that there is no possibility of any ADR solution. So, see, the only thing that we can actually talk about that in Section 9 applications, presently the applications are pending before NCLT for years, because see, every hearing, both the parties are coming and saying that we are settling, so give us the adjournment. So that is something that is avoidable and that can be done. So if there is a settlement, it has to be reached within, say, 60 days, and if there is no settlement, then it actually should be, the CIRP should be initiated. So that is a gap here. So I don't think there is any ADR involvement here so that the settlement is done. Settlements are happening, and it is happening outside the court only, and it is actually eating away the time of the court, because see, they are taking a lot of time. Even if we make it mandatory as per the Mediation Act, in case we get it implemented, that any application under Section 9 will have to go through first mediation process, that actually can add further time, and time would be further consumed, because there are applications which are 100% not a genuine debt. It is only supported by promoters, and they don't want to settle, and there are applications which are getting settled in any way. Second part, which is more important, is when there is, during the resolution process, there are disputes between the creditors, stakeholders, and that disputes can be based on the security interest, value of security interest, the voting power, the claims of each other. That is something which actually can be settled and handled through the ADR process, but that is also will eat away more time during CIRP, because any mediation process, you can add 60 days minimum for any ADR process, which is a kind of said, like when there is a process which actually we conduct and we appoint a mediator, so that actually minimum 60 days, and it even can go to 120 days. That much of time is not available for handling ADR during the CIRP. Pre-CIRP, I've already said that.
Thank you. Vipinji, can you give 2, 3? Can I just add a line? Yes.
I think pre-admission settlements are happening in large number. Out of total 55,000 applications, preferred before the NCLT, nearly 32,000 applications have been settled prior to admission, involving an amount of 14.5 lakh crore. So it's a huge settlement which is happening outside. It's not that applications are languishing. In fact, disposal rate, we were just calculating at the end of December, in Section 7, 9 and 10 is 72% in NCLT.
Thank you, sir. But I think ADR not only means dispute between creditor and debtor, intra-creditor disputes also take a lot of time. So maybe we can use ADR in COC, interrelated COC dispute.
Between the COC?
Yes.
But in case we go through a regular process, in case we go through a regular process, which is a formal process of mediation, it will eat away the CIRP time. Because
No,
it will
not
take
formal,
minimum
but
90 days.
still we can use mediation in the COC to avoid, otherwise they'll go to the court. They file application, so rather than filing application, let them go to the ADR mediation. That is the idea. So
we as RP have tried it many times, and many times we also got it concluded that okay, you take this much of additional amount in the in the resolution plan, you are unsecured, and vote for it. So these kind of mediation we've done many. But in case we go through it's a formal mediation process, I'm saying it will take 90 days minimum.
He is suggesting if mediation could be, pre-NCLT application phase, if it could be formally introduced, then it can really.
So we don't have much time left. I think quickly, Vipinji and Sundareshji, same topic. If you can add something, you want to add something?
Yeah, I actually concur with the proposal of mediation, because if we don't have IBC, and if we were to go through the process of commercial court, then anyway section 12A of the commercial code makes it mandatory for you to go for mediation. So this is because the IBC is somewhere overlooking that, being a same commercial law, in essence, it should actually consider that.
No, I think all the panelists have already spoken about it. I don't have much to add in this, but one thing is very clear, that if it's made, if it is been given some kind of a statutory tinge before it goes into CIP, I think that's the best.
Mediation will work mainly in basically OC cases, Section 9 cases. And in Section 9 cases, we have this, that if there is a pre-existing dispute, and if it is proved that there is a pre-existing dispute, then the Section 9 application will not be admitted. So if somebody goes through a mediation process, then not only there is a pre-existing dispute which has been raised, and this has also been mediated. So probably then Section 9 application will not lie in those cases. So then it will have to be brought within the framework of the code somehow, that mediation, if this process of mediation is initiated right in the beginning, then this will not count as pre-existing dispute something. So any dispute before this process only count, something like that.
Thank you. We have one or two questions from the audience. Anyone? Any questions?
Before that, I just want to make a point. And as for COC, I'm not in favor of any mediation, because I think over the years, COC has become mature enough to handle all issues on their own. At least on the side of banks, and especially POCs, we just pick up a call and discuss all this and settle then and there. So mediation, I don't think it's workable for banks at least.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patient listening. Now I may request Anil Kohli to hand over the token of appreciation here to the panelists. Insolvency financiers.
So Arun sir, when you say thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document. Recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours of legal research is now reduced to minutes, transforming source material into senior insight. Find solutions, not just documents. Try SCC Online AI Pro today. For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours of legal research is now reduced to minutes, transforming source material into senior insight. Find solutions, not just documents. Try SCC Online AI Pro today. For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours of legal research is now reduced to minutes, transforming source material into senior insight. Find solutions, not just documents. Try SCC Online AI Pro today. For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours of legal research is now reduced to minutes, transforming source material into senior insight. Find solutions, not just documents. Try SCC Online AI Pro today. For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law.
I believe we are who we are because of the efforts of our elders. And that is why I respect and value their experience. And so does RBL Bank. With doorstep banking, mobile banking, and much more, RBL Bank makes banking for senior citizens more convenient.
For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency.
I believe we are who we are because of the efforts of our elders. And that is why I respect and value their experience. And so does RBL Bank. With doorstep banking, mobile banking, and much more, RBL Bank makes banking for senior citizens more convenient.
For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours of legal research is now reduced to minutes, transforming source material into senior insight. Find solutions, not just documents. Try SCC Online AI Pro today. For decades, legal professionals across India have relied on SCC Online as the source for authoritative legal documents and case law. Now that trusted foundation is enhanced with SCC Online AI Pro, adding intelligent analysis that drives multifold efficiency gains. You begin by describing a legal issue. Like an experienced legal researcher, SCC Online AI Pro clarifies procedural status, isolates the core dispute, and moves beyond document recovery towards strategic solutions. Cited case law and statutory authority appear alongside the output, so you can verify the source instantly. You find the right documents without the time spent analyzing or extracting them. Work that once required more than 16 hours.
Thank you, sir, Santosh ji, Mishra ji, Rajnish ji. There are other panelists also. We would like to share. We will like to have their view also. Yeah. So you may continue, sir. If it is convenient, you may continue, sir. But here, I have the other panelists here are all resolution professionals. So some questions to from their perspective, sir. So Udayraj, what is your view on the functioning of ARC in a COC meetings?
Thank you, Jai ji. So while we are working in a COC environment, typically we have three types of creditors. Secured would have institutional creditors like banks and ARCs, sometimes NBFCs as well, and then there are unsecured creditors as well. So behavior of all these three creditors is from the seat of the RP is quite different. The behavior of ARCs is more quick to respond, quick to resolve, and they would want a bundled outcome in the resolution plan. While typically banks and similar institutions would want to separate the borrower's debt and the PG and the CGs, they want to treat it separately. Sometimes the feeling that we get sitting from the seat of an RP is that ARCs are seen to be more result oriented, quick, and more keen towards getting the value of the money at the earliest, quick to decide, quick to come back, quick to be on the toes. And now I'm not generalizing this, but this is what we see from the seat of an RP. Many a times, in case of a prolonged insolvency process, many of the banks assign their debts to ARCs during the process. Again, I don't want to point out, but we see many a times some kind of backseat driving happening here of potential RAs who would want to see that the result is in their favor. Again, I cannot name anybody, but this is what we perceive, what we see. I am not saying this is bad, but this is what we see happening. These are all market forces. And if a resolution applicant is interested in an asset, that person would try to do everything that is legally possible. And this sometimes becomes one of the ways out is to fund ARCs, fund NBFCs to acquire the assets of banks so that they would be able to get a resolution in their favor. Now, whether that resolution is better or not, that again depends on what the ARCs and the COCs decide. So is it influenced? To somebody talk about recovery of claims, that is something which is misnomer according to me. Because the entry quality of a debt in insolvency is very important. And in India, the entry quality of debt is very bad. Because the entry quality is bad, we say that the recovery of claims to the recovery in the plan is very low, 33%, 25%, we say that. Because when the loan entered the IBC ecosystem, it was already bad in quality. But if we compare the recovery with the fair value, it is 85%, 90% recovery. If we compare to liquidation value, it is more than 100%. So trying to compare recovery with claims, with ARCs, etc., and look at the whole banking system as such as to when are we resorting to IBC. IBC should be the first try of recovery. If they do that, recoveries will be better, and ARCs may not have a place there, because then bankers would do it very quickly. So that is my initial thought. Thank you.
As rightly said by Uday Raj, that we have seen most of RPs have seen that during the process itself, debts are being assigned to ARC. How far it is fair, Madanji, if you can throw some light on this, how far it is fair that during the CIRP process itself, law allows it, and that's the reason it is being done. But as Uday Raj was saying that there seems to be a perception that at back end there is some arrangement and this type of assignments are happening. I have seen in many of my cases such instances. So what is your view, sir, on this?
Thank you, Jayesh. All of us have heard about recent NEET episode. What happened there, that the question papers were there, which were leaked, and then the actions were taken. I was thinking at that point of time, अगर उसी दिन पता लगा, then certainly it's not possible to stop the exam. But अगर कुछ दिन पहले पता लग गया है, तो better let the people come to appear in the exam and let the question paper be changed. लेकिन मुझे ये नहीं पता था वो thought मेरे ऊपर ही आज apply हो जाएगा. Because normally in panel discussion the questions are shared with the panelists. But मेरे साथ कल जो question share हुए, आज वो question बिल्कुल change हो गए. I was not informed.
I am sharing my practical experience.
No issue, sir. मेरे पास question से question bank की बिल्कुल different है. Anyway, I would like to touch upon some of the issues, the question which you raised earlier, and this question also, if you allow me 3-4 minutes.
Please go ahead.
Right, okay.
You are such a seasoned player, so your experience will definitely help.
आपने liberty ले ली है. First of all, you talked about the opportunities for insolvent, the newly inducted insolvency professionals who have been felicitated today, who have been honored the degrees. In this ecosystem of ARCs and the funding and financing, I'm reminded of last 30th May event which PSD Chamber of Commerce held. There I quoted the famous quote of Honorable Dr. M.S. Sahu, which he gave 7-8 years ago, that the best use of IBC is not to use it. और वो होना शुरू हो गया है. That video clipping of mine was very viral in the electronic media. What I said that day, that nowadays insolvency professionals are literally crying. Why they are crying? Because there are no assignments. There are no new cases. And why there are no new cases? Because there are no defaults. अगर डिफॉल्ट्स ही नहीं होंगे तो सेक्शन 7 की एप्लीकेशन आएगी कहाँ से? 9 तो फिर भी आ जाएगी. सेक्शन 7 की एप्लीकेशन नहीं आएगी तो काम कहाँ से मिलेगा? तो माई हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट थ्रू यू एंड थ्रू IICA also, sir, GK Singh sir, that we should call these insolvency professionals as restructuring professionals, not resolution professional also. Restructuring professionals. क्योंकि the moment that is first default, let their role start. अगर ARC के साथ भी काम करना तो restructuring में उनका रोल जरूर आ जाएगा. Number 2, sir, you talked about interim finance. Since 2017, I've been saying it at various forums, there should be some provision for interim finance. But COC है कि interim finance ना देगी ना लेने देगी RP को. Well, why should we deploy our good money after bad money? They themselves are saying this is bad money. Neither we are going to provide you interim finance, nor will you allowed to raise interim finance from outside. अब outside का हाल ये हो गया, wherever it is possible, some particular real estate cases are, I tell you, 19% से 24% के बीच में interim finance arrange हो रहा है. और वो arrange कौन कर रहा है? In majority of the cases, SRA ही अपनी entity लेकर आ रहा है. And through those entities, the interim finance is being provided. Now, more than that, NCLT में the cases are pending, languishing, the resolution plans are languishing for last 2 to 3 to 4 years, resolution plans. 24% per annum compounding की उसमें adding हो रही है. SRAs have not provided for that in the resolution plans. In couple of cases, I tell you, SRAs have backed out. Sorry, at this stage, we cannot, my plan is no more viable, no more feasible. Because 4 years ke interim finance ki interest, I am not ready to pay. I am not provided for that. I never envisaged that this is going to take time. Sir, you also talked about that whether this Amendment Act is going to have some magic. My answer is no, it's not going to have any magic. Timelines se koi farak nahi padne wala, sir. Timelines have been provided without providing the infrastructure. You provide the infrastructure, all these timelines can be worked. But if there is no infrastructure, you provide for 14 days, 30 days, 7 days, 60 days, 180 days. These timelines are not going to work. And I think morning mein Singh Saab bhi sir us room mein the when we were discussing about the timelines. Everybody is of the view that the timelines though have been provided in the Amendment Act, but they are not workable. Sir, now coming to your present question, ARCs and role of ARCs and COCs. Sir, bada aasan hai. It should be allowed. Many of the banks are going out. They are assigning their debts to ARCs or to other entities. But whether the objective of the ARCs is, sorry to say if some ARCs people sitting here, whether their objective is to run the industry. Are they there for that? Whether debt is being assigned, are they taking the debt for that purpose? My experience is no. They are there to have double the recovery of the amount at which they have purchased it, or sell the assets immediately. Sir, if that is that's not the objective of the code. Objective of the code is resolution, restructuring, revival. And restructuring, revival, according to me, through ARCs cannot happen. I think there should be some sort of commitment and undertaking to be taken from the ARC that after taking over this particular debt assignment, they are going to resolve the insolvency of this ailing corporate debtor. They will be working in the interest of all the creditors of the company. They'll be working in the interest of the stakeholders. They'll be working in the interest of the employees and workers. If such sort of undertaking is there, commitment is there, then this assignment is welcome. Otherwise, this assignment is not going to be fruitful. It is again the objective of the code. That is my take. Thank you.
So, sir, you have rightly mentioned various things what we have discussed so far. So, in short, cost of funding will not decrease because the timelines will not decrease. That is the major thing. And here, why I'm talking about cost of fund, because ARC money and distress asset money cost is very, very high. It is about 20%. When banks are lending at 9%, 10%, 12%, and distress asset funding is happening at 20% plus, then definitely it is not going to be in the interest of the banks also, even after assigning the loans. What are they going to recover? And this 85-15% structure, or even the some ARCs are being, sorry to say this, are being used only as a platform. And
absolutely.
Yeah, so your, sir, corporate governance issues are there in this. That is the reason I had posed these questions to you, sir.
But my question is that why not these banks and institutions who are the original lenders to the corporate debtor, why don't they provide interim finance? If they say the good money after bad money, I think that is the most secured money which they are providing. It is going to have without creating a charge, it is having first charge over the amount which is going to be recovered out of the plan or out of the liquidated assets. The most secured money. Why should they worry about this? And just because of this reason, the revival of this corporate debtor is getting delayed. And now, as per the new regulation which has come 2-3 days ago, IBB said that within the very first meeting of the COC, the IRP has to state whether it's advisable to close the company or to run the company. So within this 21 days gap, I'll say 21 days gap only, for all practical purposes, I mean, he has to prepare a report in consultation with whom. He has to meet the bankers. He doesn't know who are going to stay there. If they are they willing to assign the loan to somebody else, then certainly they'll say, okay, I'm not interested. I mean, on what basis this report will be prepared? I think some sort of time should be given to the IRP. The IRP, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, IRP कोई जादूगर नहीं है. वो पूरा board of directors has failed to run this company. That is why this company has gone into insolvency. Now you are expecting this IRP to prepare a report of the insolvency or the feasibility, viability of this corporate debtor, present it before the COC and get a final decision done. We have to be practical, I think.
So, Groverji, what is your view? How can the interim funding be made easier in the going concern situation of a company? As an RP, I have myself run some 2-3 processes where we could get interim funding. But what is, sir, your view? How it can be made easier?
Firstly, let me add to Madan Saab's view. RP jadoo nahi hai, but RP is a superhuman. That is what everyone feels and believes. So that is why so much stringent timelines are being given. So anyways, regarding the interim finance, there is a harsh reality, sir. Interim finance is not available easily. Firstly, COC is not willing to even approve. Provided is the secondary thing, they are not ready to approve interim finance at 20% plus rate of interest. You might have got in some cases, I have also got in some cases, but apart from we, the senior IPs, I may say, how many other IPs would have got? Anyone young IPs sitting here? Or you people, in how many cases, sir? Anilji, how many cases you have got interim finance? Yes. 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 True.
That is what is our experience.
So their rate of interest is 9-10%. They're not willing to approve interim finance at 20% rate of interest. So I have been able to get interim finance only in real estate matters, where home buyers are not willing to provide interim finance and they are not bothered if the rate of interest is higher. So I've been able to convince them, and only to limited extent, 50 lakhs or 1 crore of rupees, only for legal case expenses or security expenses, not for the fees of RP or anything else. Apart from these two expenses, we have not been able to get any interim finance for any matter. Yes, we have been creative enough in some of the matters. In one of the matters, we have got some insurance claim. So I requested my COC, I've been trying with them. It was a textile unit and it was into losses. And I wanted to run it in profits also. So that is why I intended that some money be spent on repair of the spindles. So about 1 crore of rupees was required and the company could have been brought into profits, but my COC was not interested. It was an ARC. Still, they were not interested. Then I got this insurance claim and then I make them able to convince them, and that money was spent on the repair maintenance and we could be able to earn profits in that cases. In one of my real estate matter, I convinced my COC to give interim finance. Those two were some foreign investors, not a PSU. That is why they able to understand my point of view. We needed around 5-6 crore of rupees and some flats were to completed and 20 crores receivables were there. So due to that reason, that COC was convinced and I have been able to get that. Otherwise, apart from other matters in PSUs, they don't pay the expenses even, they don't provide the interim finance. And whatever we are getting at 20% rate of interest only. That is a hard reality.
So IBC is a restructuring process, and if we are, within 5 minutes? Yeah. So IBC is a restructuring process, and if funding is not possible or distress asset becomes difficult, I think resolution also becomes difficult, or it becomes a lesser recovery for the financial creditor. Do you agree to this?
Yes, that's true. That is why we tried in these matters that if the companies are going concern, only then you will be able to get better pricing. And that is why that company, the real estate value was 100 crore of rupees and we got more than 175 crore of rupees in the resolution due to the going concern concept only. If the companies are not running as going concern and you are not getting any funds for keeping these companies as going concern, then you won't be able to get the actual pricing.
I think for this purpose, there's a long pending demand to Reserve Bank of India that it should come out with some norms for the banks that during this CRB period, they should be ready, they should be able to provide the interim finance.
Yes.
You know, if you talk to the banker, they say, we are ready, we can provide, but we are worried about CVC. याद हमने provide कर दो CVC हमारे पीछे पड़ जाएगा, हमारी report खराब हो जाएगी. So certainly the RBI, I think IBBI and Ministry of Corporate Affairs should sit with the Reserve Bank of India, and the RBI should come up with some norms with respect to this. And the interference should be made easier.
Sir,
And cheaper also.
Udayji, any view on this?
Yeah, I have a very novel solution to offer. If there is no interim finance, not to worry. Just allow interest to be accrued on the pending amounts. And those creditors will find their own funders. I am very confident. If an RP like me, who is an MSME, is allowed the interest of MSME to be charged, which I am anyway eligible to, or a supplier or a security service provider, if they charge interest as a part of their contract, the issue of interim finance will go away because they will be able to get funding from outside. I am aware of couple of such security service providers who work with some financiers because they say we cannot sustain not being able to be paid by you, that is me, for 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, and still they have to have the security guards in place. They have to pay them month to month. So they have financiers as their partners in their business. So they have to borrow. Everybody has to borrow money. So why not allow interest to be accrued on these costs of CIRP? That can be very much part of the solution. And I think then banks don't have to fund. Market will fund the process.
Let me, sorry. So what COC says, that the security guards which we are hiring are at 10,000 rupees. You are charging 15,000 rupees. Why so? That is another difficulty. So this process, of course, if you have been doing that, that is very good. But this can be possible in otherwise also for operational criteria. Like in a going concern cases, from operational criteria, you can take some extra credit by paying interest.
So I think Sanjeev bhai, the time is over. Yeah, sir. Any question from? Only one last question. Only small one. Anybody can take it. On any view on litigation funding, because it's sort of a stress asset funding only.
So litigation funding is available in the market. So people are there who funds litigation, but they charges huge amount. So that again is not viable in my view. But this way, that I am saying that I have been able to convince my COC to pay at least for the legal expenses. So that interim finance is
not only litigation funding is available, even some large firms, partners are my friends, they said we even have interim funding to be made available to you. Why don't you borrow from us?
Litigation funding is very common. This litigation funding is very common in outside countries. I think we should borrow this concept from there. And there in many of the countries it is success based. No interest, success based. Success हो गया तो मिलेगा पैसा नहीं तो नहीं मिलेगा. I think that there's the more viable model. The government should work on that.
So thank you everybody here, and I think we can have some questions here from the audience if there is any question. Any question from audience? Thank you everybody, and I think we had a good panel here discussing on stress asset funding, which is very, very critical part for any resolution or a restructuring of any business. So hopefully the regulation will become easier so that the cost of funding becomes lower, and there can be large players entering into distress asset funding. We can attract a lot of foreign investment also in this field if we are enabling the timelines, and if the timelines are achieved, they all perceive, I have interacted with a very large foreign funds also, they all perceive that timelines is a major issue, and there is no certainty, and there is no visibility of when the resolution will happen. And that is the reason the cost of funding is 20% plus. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
So may I welcome Dr. M.S. Sahu on the stage. Mr. Ashok Haldia ji, please come on the stage. Mr. Debjyoti Roy Chaudhary, NESL CEO, please come on the stage. Mr. Anil Kohli, Insolvency Professional. Mr. Vikas Goyal, GM Samro, SBI. Advocate Manindra K. Tiwari, CA and IP. And not last the least, the moderator of this panel is our Director, Independent Director, AIPE, Anju Agarwal ji. Please welcome, madam. Is a table for you? एक chair लगानी पड़ेगी. Hand over to Anju Agarwal ji. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Good day, everybody. Welcome to the panel 4. I know what everybody must be thinking by now, like when this will get over. Please bear with us for an hour or so, and I assure that it would be worth your time. India's Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is nearly a decade old. Old enough to be evaluated and young enough to be reshaped. We have seen what works, we have seen where it strains, and it is our responsibility as stakeholders to make it a world-class insolvency framework. This panel, which is titled as The Road Ahead, Building a Future-Ready Insolvency Ecosystem, emphasizes on early warning signs and innovation and institutional preparedness. We are not just looking back at what went wrong, we are asking how do we get ahead of distress. To explore these questions, we have a good mix of panelists who need no introduction. We have Dr. Sahu with us, a former regulator, who helped architect the IBC framework. Mr. Debjyoti sir, CEO of India's only information utility, NESL. Mr. Ashok Haldia sir, who is on his way, who got stuck in the traffic, and he said that he will be reaching soon, and as soon as he would come, he will join us. Who is the acting chairman of IIPI, the frontline regulator. Mr. Vikas Goyal ji, as institutional lender from SBI. Anil Kohli sir, who's my fellow insolvency professional. Maninder ji, who's also an insolvency professional, who have worked complex resolutions on ground. To be on the last panel, it is a real problem that most of your lines have been already stolen. Nothing to do. But anyways, I would start with Dr. Sahu. And Madan sir had already said that he always said, and even I remember as an insolvency professional from the day one, he said that the best use of this code is not using it. And I think the recent amendments may be sort of taking us towards that. CIIRP, in my opinion, could be one of those pillars which can, take lesser use of insolvency framework and more use of, I would say, the institutional preparedness and other stakeholders in the process. So my first question to Dr. Sahu would be, like, we need to do anything, first the intention, and then of course the implication or implementation of that. So in that sense, coding that living will for interconnected enterprises, what to include and what not to include, because in the latest amendments we already have group insolvency in the framework. So.
Thank you so much. Mr. Madan, I have got the right question. Patient's best interest to prolong the life with artificial support. And it in a sense blessed and legitimatized that a person of sound mind, he can do something called advanced medical directive, which we call living wills. So in sound mind, he can specify when life-sustaining treatment should not continue, and he directed the state that you have the systems and institutions to streamline the creation, preservation, tracking of the living wills. So for artificial persons like corporations, the analogous idea is resolvability, not living will. And this term got prominence in the aftermath of 2008 global crisis, when the Financial Stability Board came up with 12 key attributes of effective resolution regimes for financial institutions. And the idea was that these institutions, large ones particularly, these have a systemic concern stability issues, and it can't be a bailout of the taxpayers. So therefore the state or the central banker, whoever is the regulator, they must prepare in advance. But what we are talking today, though basically in the same genre of living will for humans and the financial service providers, are different in the context of a real sector companies. And we do not have today any domestic or international comparable frameworks for real sector companies. I think the time has come to develop one for this purpose. So one of the new things or new frontiers of insolvency reforms could be for a resolvability framework for large scale non-financial companies analogous to the financial sector service providers, and only for large ones because it is also quite costly. And this is only an ex-ante preparedness for distress rather than a ex post insolvency proceedings. I had written a piece on this in the quarterly, in the July-September quarter 2020 issue of the IBBI newsletter, which by that time we had seen the devastation of COVID, and that had instigated me or triggered me to write that piece. But maybe we have successfully gone through the COVID, probably we didn't pursue that idea. But now with the kind of change in another thing happening, what we are seeing, the AI, the technology has always the potential to accelerate competition, innovation, disruption. And when you have AI doing these things, so business cycles become shorter, deeper, and more frequent. And that means when a company gets into stress, it becomes a kind of an accelerated trajectory. Things move on a very fast pace. Unless you plan beforehand, unless you detect well in time, have a ready-made plan in place, and intervene very fast, rescue would become very difficult. So that requires us to think about a resolvability. And why this I'm talking is that, the companies are precious actually. They are equal, their lives are as important as the lives of human beings. But we all know that the lives of companies are in danger than ever before. And essentially because we have failed to balance several competing forces. They like the ones balancing limited liability versus unlimited liability, the present sustainability versus future sustainability, rule of law versus rule of individuals. So my impression is that though I don't have the data, IICA should probably be able to do that. the average life of companies, at least internationally, is nowadays about under 15 years of age. The kind of efforts we make to create a company, we do not want companies to have a premature death, viable companies, nor do we want also unviable companies prolong their life through artificial support system. So when we talk about this kind of resolvability, this has two dimensions. One is the structural resolvability. A company is easier to rescue if it has a value, value is visible, value has no encumbrances, value can be realized. If you have a company which has a factory located in the premises of the promoter, probably it will not attract a resolution applicant as he may not be able to realize the value from the premises of the promoter. So therefore, we need an arrangement. The company must remain resolvable if it has the value, as I told, it has a legal structure that is simple and transparent. Assets and liabilities are clearly identified. Books and records are reliable and current. Material contracts are assignable. Management information systems are robust. Related party transactions are limited and well documented, etc. So many other things. And these factors could be captured through a resolvability index. Firms with higher resolvability should command a premium. That should be the preferred client for banks, but they should get better credit terms. Borrowing costs or debenture costs should be lower, and that should have a greater confidence. This is one side that you maintain structural resolvability. The other is the analogous of the living will. So these companies should have a standing rescue plan updated periodically, and that can guide the stakeholders if at all distress emerges. And such a plan could provide for, it's a ready-made plan, remains on shelf, there's a problem, resolution professional comes in, is able to issue right away a ready-made information memorandum. So there's an updated corporate structure showing the related party relationships, transactions. You have the reliable current financial records, not that RP has to write the balance sheets of a previous 5 years. You have a statement of material contracts, assets, liabilities, encumbrances, disputes, litigations, and other operational and governance information ready to enable a rapid resolution process. The objective is to presume failure, but not to ensure that if distress occurs, the company can be stabilized or resolved quickly and efficiently. In this, although in case of the financial service providers, practically the state has taken responsibility, I would not like this burden to come on the state. I think state has its own problems, and some agencies of the state also need this kind of a living will. When they get into stress, how do you get a early warning signal and address them? This should remain solely with the company. Therefore, a modern insolvency regime should therefore move beyond reacting to the failure, coming afterwards, but encourage the firms to prepare in advance for an orderly rescue, restructuring, or exit. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, sir. So I would say rather like what is my experience has been as an insolvency professional, that it is definitely wishful thinking, like we really want that corporate debtor has. So I think Vipinji, my colleague, have mentioned about the governance. So what all you talked about is the total governance of the company so that we can have the early signs. So moving onwards to Mr. Debjyoti, sir. So you are heading the NESL, which is the information utility. And as our objective is from moving from detection to early signs of any insolvency or solvency. So how do you think that NESL as a record keeper can help us into achieving that?
Yeah, thanks, Sanju. I think, first of all, it's a privilege to be in this very distinguished panel along with my mentor, Dr. Sahu. And many of the things which we conceptualize in NESL had the genesis during the time when he was there. So, and especially about this early warning signals. Now, NESL gives 3 types of early warning signals. The first is when there's default to one creditor, then NESL does a process of authentication. On completion of that, it gives a message to all creditors of the debtor that look, there's a default. So just to repeat, there's a default to only one creditor, but all creditors come to know there's a default. The second stage is when a CRP application is filed by one creditor. So in that case also, remember here the application has not been admitted yet. It has just been filed. And we get that information from IBBI, and that message is immediately relayed to all the creditors who are linked to that debtor. So that's the second warning the creditors of the debtor get. And the third warning is when the application is actually admitted. And I remember when Dr. Sahu was there, we amended the IU regulations to provide for this public announcement. So because often when the IP makes an announcement in the newspapers, so it might get missed out by the creditors. But if you are on the information utility, you will get an email message from the information utility that a public announcement has been made. So do submit them as stated in the public announcement. Now let me just give you a few significant points in this, how these alerts really help. First of all, we did an analysis. In fact, again, Dr. Sahu guided us on this. Now, see what happens once a default is reported by a creditor. We go through a process of authentication of the same. So we present it to the debtor. We give him some time. In fact, right now it is, we send one original plus 3 reminders at the space of 7 days each. So actually 32 days the debtor gets before the default broadcast is done to all creditors. So our analysis over a period of 2 years, we found that within a period of 2 months, 60% of the defaults get regularized. So I think this study really amazed us that even without, and see here the important point is that the debtor's reputation remains intact. We have not made the broadcast. We'll make the broadcast after 30 days. But within that 30 days, he's regularized all his dues. There's a word of caution here. This may not necessarily mean a resolution. It may just mean a temporary arrangements to regularize the dues. And we done that analysis also. And we found subsequently some of these debts again became irregular. So what is the significance here? The significance here is that these cases are the right fit to have a CIRP, where a default has happened, he's cured it once, but the default has again happened. So this is the right case for CIRP, and especially it has its relevance in view of the amendments related to, we say, amendment bill, which provides for the CIRP. Now, there are a couple of other implications of this. Now, my friend Mr. Goyal is here, and he will say that, look, I have a very good information system where banks share the information. But very important point is we have defaults by operational creditors, which bankers may not always be aware. And we find that during the session, in fact, during the recess, one of you was telling me about he had some constraints about uploading the documents. So many cases, operational creditors are filing defaults. So these defaults is a blind spot right now for the banks. And those defaults also sometimes get cured, they don't get cured, then the alert goes to all these banks. And one final point, and again, during Dr. Sahu's time, I remember it was in landmark measure, when from IBBI we wrote to government departments that, look, you're operational creditors, and sometimes you don't file your claims on time, and there have been various judgments which says that once a resolution plan is approved, then no claims will be accepted. And at various forums, I have been asked that our government departments submitting information. So during his time, he had written a letter to the government saying that why don't you use the facility of the information security? And I would like to very happily state that today government departments are also submitting information to the information security.
That's great, sir.
So that beginning has happened, and that gives a very important message that look, these guys have defaulted. They have defaulted to tax payments. If they are not defaulted to you, so please take care. So I think this early warning system is working very well, and I don't have that exact analysis, but this data was discussed many times when we had this PhD Chambers of Commerce meeting, that about 14 lakh crore of accounts which were resolved even before admission. So I do feel that NESL plays a very important role in that. And one final point I would like to say, as I said before, this has really significance for banks. Banks will see their utility only when they get alert of defaults outside the banking system. So that's why during this PhD Chambers of Commerce, we also had signed an MOU with the PhD Chambers of Commerce. So MSME units who are facing issues related to delayed payments or non-payments, so they can submit information to the information security. And we have a very, very marginal and reasonable fee structure for MSMEs to submit information. Thank you, Anju.
Thank you, sir. That's encouraging. So moving on from where you have left, I would ask to Mr. Goyal, who is actually like the lenders or institutional lenders are the largest user of IBC, and even for CIIRP, they will be the largest user. Sir, how do you think like you will incorporate in your processes of earning early warning signs and create an architecture who can tell you actually and not just notional, like in real terms, like how would you see these warning signs and how would you take it further?
Thank you, madam. Traditionally, insolvency has been viewed as a process that begins after default. However, the future of insolvency lies in the identification of stress timely and getting the precautions or taking time before the default. From a lender's perspective, value destruction does not happen overnight. It starts gradually through weakening cash flows, operational disruptions, governance issues, and delayed corrective actions. Therefore, the focus should shift from merely resolving insolvency to preventing value erosion and timely deduction of the stress and risk, and so that we can discuss with the promoter or stakeholders and get the rectification much before the default. As a lender, our biggest challenge is not the lack of regulations. The biggest challenge is timely and reliable information. That is a major problem we are facing right now. Better data quality, greater transparency, and earlier warning signals can significantly improve resolutions outcomes. There are three types of early warning system, three areas rather I can say. Financial signals, where we can get the DSCR deteriorated, cash flows are deteriorated, current ratio is deteriorated, and many defaults are happening. That is the financial. Second is the operational signals, where we got there are some delay in the, for example, power bills are not paid timely, labor bills are not paying timely, there's some statutory dues are there is stress, so many operational issues are there. Then third is the most important, the behaviors, where the governance issues are coming. So all these issues are coming the early warning systems, and if we are proactive, we can do this. As a State Bank of India, what our Chaudhary sir is telling us, we are doing its early warning system from last 5 to 10 years, and we have developed very, very robust system of early warning system. For developing this early warning system, we are using AI and ML. Earlier we are doing ML, now after invention of the AI, we adopted very robust projects for this. And we have roughly 53 trigger points internally. We are using both external data and internal data both. For internal data, we are using 53 triggers, we are all the transactions of our system. We are see what is the credit submission, what is the debit submission, how the check bouncing or not. That triggers are there. We are also stock statements, FFRs, or so many information companies are giving to us. From that, on that basis, triggers is generated. And second, the external. We are very highly using this external links. There are 153 triggers we are using, and we are getting the information. What's various PSDs, where GST, where NSC, BSC, market information, they are linked to our system, and they are analyzing this and giving to the operation persons. And on basing of the risk, we are classified these risks in 3 categories: high risk, medium risk, and lower risk. And the category of the risk, accordingly, we take the actions. In high risk, even our senior people are involved in, we discuss with the promoters and take the corrective measures. Because of this adoption of the EWS, State Bank, one earlier panel was telling a default is reduced. One of the major reason of the default, less default in a State Bank particularly, where our NPA is less than 0.5%, which was roughly more than 10% in 2018 or 17, and one of the major reason is EWS and IBC. We have adopted it, and it is a very successful. And future insolvency is certainly dependent upon the how much we do the EWS. But the major issue in the EWS, we are getting companies information system. Many times companies are giving, whenever we are using our internal data, companies are not giving proper information to banks. It's a companies also facing this. So for this, is that all the corporates and all the units should share all the proper information to the banks, so that early work should be started before the default, before going to the IBC, before closure the unit. So I think this is the most important for the resolution and restructuring.
Thank you, sir. And being an insolvency professional, who would better know that the NPAs are going down and the work is very less in the market? So I think that's a good sign that banks have adopted, and it's very, very necessary that insolvencies go down and the NPA goes down. So moving on to Ashok sir, welcome to the panel. And you being the frontline regulator, I would ask you, like, what is this need for insolvency regime in India moving from default to detection of warning?
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, sir, Mr. Director and Mr. Shukla ji. Indeed, a great pleasure to be here, and I congratulate Mr. Shukla and the director for keeping the session on early warning system. All along last 8 years, I've been associated with Institute of the insolvency professionals. I've been telling to the regulator and to the government that our focus has to shift from post-default architecture to the pre-default architecture. We need to create an ecosystem where we are able to, Do I need to repeat? Yeah, this is fine. Okay, yeah. No, do I need to repeat? No. I've been saying that we are moving from IBC version 1 to version 2. I believe 10 years down the road, there is a need to start working on IBC version 3. That version 3 would mean to get hold of the sickness before they creeps into IBC framework. How do we do that? We need to have an architecture. You asked what we need to do. So first thing is our focus has to change. I believe we have achieved in terms of post-default architecture remarkably. And we have Mr. Shahu. I believe he's an architect of what the IBC today is. But what we need today is the shift of the focus, because I have always believed that the success of our stress resolution mechanism doesn't lie in the success in the number of cases resolved through the IBC. The success would lie, and the barometer should be that how the number of cases coming to the IBC have minimized. It means the stress cases have been addressed much before, and there has been no need for those cases to go into the IBC process and then following the procedural and the legal process. We have 744 number of days under the IBC for resolution and 531 for the liquidation. The recovery rate this year is around 23%. Compare with US, UK 70%, US more than 50%. It doesn't only represent the value of the asset, but it also represents the time that has elapsed from the sickness creeping in, getting diagnosed, and then moving into the IBC mechanism. That time delay is more than 2 to 3 years. Do you know that the 2018, all those NPA cases, Mr. Goyal is here, they were, the chronic sickness started right from 2011. 78% of the cases where the operating cash flow turned negative more than 2 years ago, consecutively for more than 2 years. And there has been divergence between the NPA, what the RBI would say and what the management would say. What does it indicate? We lack the mechanism, the integration. I will come to the insolvency profession in a couple of minutes as to, is the insolvency profession equipped to handle the early warning mechanism? But what we need to do is the legal framework. I'm not saying that the IBC should mandate that a framework for early warning system and others, but point is the management has to be obligated legally that they need to institutionalize an early warning mechanism in the company, and based on that, take remedial measures. If they fail to do so, they would invite the personal liability. I'm giving emphasis on the personal liability. Not that we would be the only country doing it. We have the example of Singapore, we have example of Australia, we have example of US, and we have many other countries. EU, for example, the Germany and the France, they cast obligation on the auditor as soon as they find that the business may not continue, not only in terms of from the financial statement purposes, but also in foreseeable future. It's their responsibility to bring to the notice of the management to the board, and if board is not responsive, bring into the notice of the judicial authority. Do we have such a mechanism? Do we need to have such a mechanism? Does the Companies Act need to provide for that? I remember 40 years ago when I was with the government and was looking into the policy and the performance of the public sector enterprises, we hold a 1.5 page the early warning signal mechanism, giving the quantitative and more importantly, the qualitative matters. I'm happy to hear from Mr. Goyal what the SBI is doing, but most of the banks are based, the credit model is based on the past data, not on the forward-looking data. What we need to do, look at the forward-looking data, not the past data. Is the company going to survive, sustain, going to pay? So that's very important. He said that they are relying on GST data, SEBI, NSE, MCA data. But do we have an integrated system? Mr. Dev Jyoti also said the data that they have. Or do we have an integrated system where all these data are collated, collected, and then monitored? If the GST returns are filed, if the GST turnover of a large company is coming down, it should immediately give an early warning signals to those who are in the government or maybe the insolvency profession. I'll come to that later on. The board of directors has to have a responsibility. If they fail, then it should invite the personal liability. In many countries, if they institutionalize the early warning systems and take preventive measures so that they do not go into insolvency mode, they are excused from their personal liability arising from the company not doing well. So that's the first thing that I will say in terms of the legal framework that we need to have. The other thing is, are we prepared for it? Do we have I think Ms. Sanju wanted me to deal with on, are we ready for it? Is the insolvency profession capable of doing it? To me, forgive me, many of you are finance professionals, may be competent, but in generality, possibly the way the insolvency professional curriculum is structured, they are trained, they are professional development programs undertaken, I would say they are not. They are basically administrating the insolvency in terms of the process, the compliance. What is the early warning signal would require? About more than the administration of the insolvency, they would need the turnaround management. And later on, they would also need expertise in the early warning and the diagnostic and the detection mechanism. These are the different set of competencies, not the competency which they have or they are being, in the competitive framework they are having. So what we need to do, I believe the role of IBBI comes into picture, and I believe the organizations like IICA have a greater role to play in terms of, providing what qualities should a distress resolution professional should have. It should be tiered, as I said, the administrator, the insolvency administration, then the turnaround management, and then the diagnostic and the early warning expert. All these three tier different curriculum has to be there. And then the IBBI or the IBC need to provide that the insolvency professionals would be good enough, should be also a distress resolution professionals. That role should come there, and then the role and responsibility should be defined there. If Mr. Goyal finds there is some account in the SMA category, he should not wait, or even before that, for that coming into default, linking into financial parameters and the non-quantitative parameters. He should be required to ask an insolvency professional, I'm saying a distress resolution professionals, to look into, to review that company and give a report. That is how this early warning system and the resolution through that would be far more effective. So I would end here, maybe we're running out of the time, but I believe the entire ecosystem needs to change. We are not geared to that. We should start preparing for IBC version 3. And I believe it is the right time to think from right now. And I would request all the stakeholders, sir, to you, that you should organize a special conference, a stakeholders conference on this topic. And I believe you have enough great opportunity for developing the IP professions for turnaround professional and also for diagnostic and the early warning expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any which ways, I would have come to the capacity building part of it, but anyways, you have answered already. So no matter what good governance we have, no matter how much technology we use, no matter how many EWS systems we put in place, and in Dr. Sahu's words only, it is inevitable that we will have some insolvencies. So Anilji, I would ask you, in most common resolvability gaps in large cases, at the time of admission, like what in your view is the measurable cost in terms of valuation and in terms of time taken in the admission of the cases? Yeah.
So first of all, thank you, Anju, and I'm lucky to be part of such a distinguished panel and honored to be sitting alongside Sir Dr. Sahu. I have admired always, and so Dr. Sahu has very nicely, covered all the aspects which are the subject matter of this panel. So I would firstly, like to say, then I'll come to your question. Firstly, like to say something about the IPEs, so which is my favorite
I would have
topic.
asked you that, Vaise.
Yeah. Firstly, I'm thankful, to the previous panelists and even Ashok Bhushan Saab, NCLED chairperson. He talked about AIPE, and then Sandeep Garg sir have also raised that yes, IPEs are better prepared, for for handling the assignments of insolvency, since they have an infrastructure, they have a number of partners, they have all the readiness for doing all this. So not only as a director of AIPE, the Association of Insolvency Professionality, I have always been an advocate for the institutionalization of the mechanism of insolvency. So institutionalizing, when I say, then it comes to the IPE, which is a structured organization. So the IPEs, I would always say, are better placed to handle this, because they are there with some kind of infrastructure, and also they have a more trust factor. So they are not cannot be only a fly by night operators. They cannot be just come and have a one resolution of process and fly away. So they can be trusted to stay and stay, and also to some extent hold the integrity of handling the process. So that way, definitely, I will later on come about how to prepare for the IPE. Now coming to your question, that was regarding the admission. So regarding the admission, so what would you like to basically?
What causes the delays in admission, and how it erodes the value in terms of, because the time has lapsed, and yeah.
Fine. So this all has been spoken a lot, this has been spoken a lot. So that's why I was particularly again asking. So admissions, basically, since a person, the debtor, he is going to put in all his efforts to resist the going into the CIRP processes or under the insolvency. So the litigation by the debtor, that is the major reason of admission. And there was so due to some Supreme Court judgment also, the NCLTs were digging more into the various aspects of the corporate debtors dealings while considering the admission. But now, as far as the current situation is concerned, due to these amendments, wherein the NCLT's jurisdiction has been limited only to see the default. So I am very much hopeful that yes, that there will be better timelines for admission. And because, of course, a value erosion is always like there was a talk going on about CIRP. So here CIRP, as we all are saying, that yes, when it can be brought in quickly and we can avoid the time delays in the admission process and immediately take the action. So what I would say is, even not only the account when it becomes NPA, then the CIRP can be triggered. CIRP, I in my personal view, can be brought in even if there is the account has come into SMA1. So Mr. Goel can vouch for that. So even at the very earliest stage, because the entire asset is preserved at that stage, the debtor has not prepared himself to for this insolvency and vanished away all the assets, as we are seeing. Mostly what we have seen, even for the receivables, what I see, when the debtor gets the time for this, is the more so the reason why he delays the admission so much, why he tries to put in everything for the litigation, because he gets time. he gets time to, take out all the possible value out of the corporate debtor. So what he does is, even for the receivables, I have seen in many of my cases, though in the balance sheet you can see the receivables, but when we approach those people, you will come to know that the settlement was done back end, and he has taken away what was best possible, and what was left is only a figure, which is a notional figure. So the value
in the
is
books
not
only.
in the books only. And movables, definitely he can, he is at all liberties, though these are charged assets, so he's at all liberty to take away the movables from the corporate debtor. Machinery, I have been finding, even to the extent the major parts of the machineries have been taken away when we go there, though we are seeing the structures of the machines to some extent, but later on when we go, like Mr. Grover was talking about spindles, so there the major part is the card, the card put in, which has the real value. The structure doesn't have, only it has a scrap value. So what he has done is he has taken out the card. So the more the delay, and it should be an ICU kind of situation. The bringing in the insolvency should not only be very quick, but it should be like an emergency kind of situation. If you find out that yes, the signals, like Goel Saab has said, that now they have so much of mechanism that early warning systems are there. So even we get to know, even have the sense of, I have been auditor also, concurrent auditor. At a time I was handling 10 branches way back in 90s. So we can get, the banker can very nicely sense, that the account is starting showing even without the AI, and now assisted by AI, definitely is a much more, a robust mechanism. So even when there is a sense of that, at least CIARP should be brought in, at least to avoid. And now I'm hopeful that yes, admission will also not take that long. So we will be able to preserve the. And sir is there, definitely, and he's helping a lot. Our maximum emails are from NESL, so my mailbox is full every day in the morning, even for the accounts, sir, which I have resolved way back, 4 years back. I have even the dissolved assets, people are filing. If we can bring it, I'll request you later, if we can bring it here. Yes, sir, please.
So actually, this ignited something in me when Anil Kohli sir has said, we do not know, like as a resolution professional or as a liquidator, when our duties stop. So after 4 years or 5 years of concluding the CIRP or dissolving the company, we still keep getting emails or inquiries from different departments, from from ED, from SFIO, and that time, like, we do not have any say in the matter, but still, like, we are dragged into for the longest time. And now I would come to Maninder ji. So coming from the consulting background, I definitely know, like, we do a lot of tax practice also, and we consult to a lot of multinationals on two different issues. So in my company, it is said that first thing, if a corporate debtor is defaulting on any statutory dues like GST or TDS or anything like that, so it is a first warning signal that this company is having, of course, cash problems or something to do with liquidity, and this company may face later on some kind of insolvency. So that's, in my view, like, this has been very early set in my head, that if anybody's defaulting on any tax liabilities, they are going to be, in the long term insolvent. So Maninder ji, I would ask you that, in your practice, like, what is the early warning in your practice, and which pre-admission signals most reliably precede value collapse, and what actions actually preserve enterprise value?
Thank you, IICA, for giving me such an opportunity to sit with these stalwarts of IBC ecosystem. And basically, IBC has been evolved for genuine business failure, but market has driven it to recovery mechanism, to bankers SMA2 category recovery, and we are now discussing all those things. Otherwise, the main objective of the IBC was these early system warning system. that when a company is in stress, if any management decision has gone wrong, accordingly you have to come to IBC ecosystem, get your dirt clean here, save other ecosystem people like other creditors or employees or yourself also to get the entrepreneurship in future period. But what we have seen last 10 years, that all these SMA2 categories, companies, creditors and bankers have approached us in a IBC for these kind of, IBC resolutions. So if we go all together to our objective of the IBC, there the early warning system was there, that if business is in a stress, what kind of a stress is there? Apart from these, because right now we are detecting the companies who are financially weaker, their liquidity ratio or debt coverage ratio or something, already fraudsters are there. Although all bankers have taken all those measures to recover, they have not yet recovered, and they come to the IBC, and then after getting it stressed and de-stressed and resolved the system. So in early warning system, what we will see, it's a governance issue, it's operational issue, it's behavioral issue also. So if a company, practically I am saying that if a company has some management decision, poor management decision, they are in a stress, they come to the point of in a IBC, they will get resolved, more than 100% recovery is there, and that entrepreneur has started another business and he is going happily for that business more than this business. So accordingly, if we will see what key warning systems, most reliable, pre-default indicators, sudden resignation of attrition of management personnel and senior operational leadership, persistent delays in the payments basically of the operational creditors, critical suppliers, contractors, service providers, significant reduction in suspension of maintenance and growth of the capital expenditures, irregular GST, ESI, PF, and other statutory compliances, unexplained related party transactions if is there, sharp deterioration in inventory turnover and receivables, aging, escalating litigations by operational creditors. If some litigation is arising, somewhere something is wrong. Escalating frequent covenant waivers and repeated restructuring requests, declining customer retention rates and loss of the key contacts. These indicators frequently become visible in 6 to 18 months before a formal insolvency trigger. And what we will see, that bankers will go all these lapses. After these lapses, they will decide that these assets are of nature of SMA2 category, and then after they will prescribe for the insolvency or go for the insolvency. So all those deterioration of all those company assets has already been happened, and accordingly we are getting that company and that asset which we are going to resolve, which is already in our ICU and already dissolved, deteriorated all its value. So what actually preserves these value? Most effective value preserving measures include appointment of independent restructuring or insolvency professional in an advisory capacity before CIRP. If banker will think in this way, certainly that will come with a cost, but yet they will save much more money than what they are getting after these detection and then after admission. Enterprise-wide diagnostic review covering operations, finance, governance, and legal risks. On all those issues, due diligence, if they will take from our insolvency professional or who is the restructuring professionals, certainly they will get more value. Immediate asset verifications and digital inventory mapping. Digital inventory mapping as well as digitalization of all those parameters will save a company much more effective than what we are right now seeing. Stakeholders engagement with leaders, suppliers, and key customers, and preparation of restructuring roadmap before formal insolvency proceedings become necessary. So if we will see that what policy we can recommend or what kind of things we expect, lenders may appoint accredited insolvency professionals. IIPE act as independent diagnostic and restructuring advisor. safe harbor to protection and provided for good faith intervention. Reporting obligations are clearly defined, and the process remains confidential and non-stigmatic. So the message will be, the greatest insolvency success is not a successful resolution plan, but the greatest insolvency success is preventive, avoidable insolvency through timely intervention before enterprise begins to collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, Maninderji. So I think we do not have one more round for the questions for all the panelists. We have almost actually covered the whole of the ground. But still, I would like first the panelists, if they want to add anything to which is left for the future of insolvency and bankruptcy code, or anything they want to say, and then maybe we can open it for the audiences. Yes, sir, please.
So one point I'd just like to add, see, as per the IBC amendment bill, what has happened is you cannot withdraw an application of CIRP until the COC is formed. So right now what is happening is we are giving alerts when CIRP application is filed. But many times creditors don't take it very seriously. They will say that let it get admitted. So after admission, we'll try to get it withdrawn. We'll do a settlement. So that is unlikely to happen now. People will take these alerts when CRP applications are filed a little more seriously.
Also, sir, I think now you cannot do it before the COC is constituted, like 12A.
Exactly.
Yeah, withdrawal. That also will add to it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So when we send the CRP application alerts, so that will be taken more seriously. And a couple of points regarding the IBC amendment bill in relation to the information literacy. Now, most important, of course, Section 7, I think many of you were kind enough to talk about it. But there were two other very significant amendments in which also affects all of us here, especially insolvency professions. See, earlier what was happening, when information is submitted to information, presented to the debtor, it was not mandatory for the debtor to authenticate it. So we had a deemed to be authentication that was only for default. But as per the IBC amendment bill, it has that the relative regulations has not come, but the code is very clear. Information which is submitted, if the corporate debtor does not authenticate it in the manner provided in the regulations, in that case it will be deemed to be authenticated. That's what the code states. The regulations have not been notified, but that means that whenever information is submitted, there will be onus on the debtor to either dispute it or accept it. What it means for the IPs is that the information in the information literacy will be more reliable, because these are actually authenticated. Because after that, the debtor has no opportunity to dispute it. He can dispute it only within that window.
Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
One suggestion I would like to make is that the concept of the insolvency professional entity was well designed, well structured, and is intended to support the effective and efficient implementation of the IBC. They were expected to be wholesome entity with relevant expertise, infrastructure, wherewithals. We need to possibly have, many of the IPs must be sitting here, and IBBI should be, and I have made my formal suggestion to them earlier. We need to look into as to how over a period of last few years, how these IPs have evolved in the country. Are they structured in the manner that was envisaged, or they are simply pulling together few IPs and forming an IP? I might look highly critical, but I think it's very necessary at this stage. Let it not be fragmentation of IPs throughout the country without they being, because tomorrow the stakeholders will be judging you not as an IP, but as in what an IP is expected to do. That's one suggestion. Second thing is, that recommendation that I made earlier, we need to amend the Companies Act. We need to amend IBC Act, Companies Act, for putting obligation on the management and the auditor more than what the accounting and auditing standards require today in terms of their responsibility of sensing and reporting to the management, and if the management is not is under responsibility to the government or to the NCLT, whatever. So that's also is, and then to the IBC, that they under the IBBI, to the IBBI, they should under the IBC incorporate a provision for a distress resolution professional, the role of insolvency professional also as a distress resolution professionals. If these two things are very important for strengthening the profession, we often say, and I've been for last 7-8 years, I've been hearing IPs do not have a work, there are not much inflow of IPs into the professions, they are leaving it. Why they are leaving it? Because they have not explored and not exploited, but explored the potentials that the IBC have for them, or the ecosystem around the IBC have for them. So these two suggestions.
Yeah. Just from my, although many things we have to discuss, but for the just short, my suggestions are for particularly the RPs, because the young RPs are sitting here, they are going to start their career. One of the most important for any RP is the coordination between all the stakeholders, which are lacking many a times. What we observe, there are multiple lenders, there are multiple operational creditors, multiple other stakeholders. They are moving in different directions. Because of that, decisions is delayed and resolvability is hit. Second thing is the documentation. But the documentation part of this is very, very important. Many a time, whatever the resolution plan we have adopted in the COC, there are many pitfalls, small errors are there, and whenever, even after the approval from the NCLT, it's taking longer and longer time to further litigations. To avoid all these things, my suggestion to all the RPs who are today pass out or young fellows, please work on that. It is very, very tough work for them, and they have to adopt all these things. Only then resolvability will be improved.
Regarding that IPEs, they are just a fragment of persons who are just coming together to work. I can assure you, sir, this started like that, but now as the time goes by, after all the experience, only the persons who have made trust in the market, they are going to survive, and IPEs are best placed when the different minds are coming together and integrate together to hold on the to handle the processes. And I would also add, like sir has said, regarding AI, just wanted to add for institutional preparedness, that AI can be used, by us a lot in our processes, like for claim verification, like for even resolution plans, evaluation matrices, and also for data rooms, because there can be audit trail mechanism for the, access of information, so that there are lesser litigations, because tomorrow you said it was not there in the data room, but the accessing of information can also be trailed, audit trailed, so that will reduce the litigation. So AI can be a very nice tool for IPEs to work in the future. Just that.
Just one sentence. I might have sounded critical, but let me just give, not as a fear to all of you, if IP is not only simply meeting of minds, it's much more than that. If IPs are not strengthened in India today, believe me, in next 3 to 5 years, you would have a foreign IPs equivalent coming to India. In Singapore, you have a turnaround experts who will take a company, who will revive it, and then back it to the market or to the promoters again, and in a period of 3 months, not more than that. So all that going to happen. So that's how I wanted to. We have the fragmentation of audit profession and the criticism that we are hearing all around. My suggestion only is that you should not be faced with those kind of criticisms in the times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a closing remark, I would just like to say as a director in the AIPE also that yes, IPEs are the way forward. And I won't say that in every case IPE is required. Small cases can be handled with the individual IPs only, but IPEs are definitely required and it can be done on the case-to-case basis. Secondly, I would just echo the sentiment of all the RPs, like from the 2017 onwards when I became RP actually. So there was a trust deficit towards the profession from the very beginning. I would like to just say, every stakeholder is present here. I would like to say that it is more to be a human, not to the profession. Please have trust first and then let us, kind of work. Because whether you agree or not, we literally work in a stringent environment and a very hostile environment sometimes. And it's not easy to be an insolvency professional. And making them a scapegoat is the most easy thing for anybody. So I would just ask like everybody to have trust. And it's nothing about the profession but the human beings itself. So thank you very much for having us, for being here, and all the panelists I would like to extend my thanks. Sir, would you like to have some closing remarks? Yeah.
Thank you.
Any question from the audiences? Yeah.
Any question?
Haldia ji talked about modification required in the Companies Act and the IBC. I have 2 points connected with the matter. One is, there is a section called 300 in the Companies Act of New Zealand, which says that if the directors have not kept the books of accounts, if the directors have not kept the books of accounts up to date till the date of the liquidation, they are simply required to bear the personal liability. There is section 66 subsection 2 is there. Dr. Sahu has been always telling, and many of the IPs don't use it. That is what his observations was. So, but this is in my view, it would be a good deterrent, because the IPs have a very big issue related with the non-cooperation regarding the handing over of the books of accounts. So this could be something in line with Dr. Haldia's suggestion. Of course, I have made this particular, I have brought this many times, but it may be of relevance. That is number 1. 2, it is to the young IPs, young graduates who are becoming IPs. Connected, one is that earlier the files used to be in the form of hard copies. The current day it is all in the email boxes. So when they become IPs, RPs, liquidator, they should know that they should get the administrative access to all the email boxes, because all the follow-up of the receivables and all will be there. That is one guidance I thought fit to share, because it is very rich resources, and in 3-4 of our assignments we have made use of it, going through each of the email box of the critical people. That is very, very critical. And connected with this, there may be some there is the books of accounts are supposed to be kept. If it is kept in the soft copies, it has to be kept at the registration. All those things are there, but it has no teeth, and most of the times we will not get the critical data of the backup of the disk, and more so related to the many things in the cloud service. I mean, this is not directly connected with this topic, but I thought fit to share, since Dr. Haldia mentioned about the amendment required. So this is also connected matter. Thank you so much.
This is not a question. This is just what Dr. Haldia has said.
how we can incorporate imminent default early warning system in Companies Act or Insolvency Act. What has happened, we started Insolvency Act as a rescue measures, and we totally forgot the corporate governance angle. So this is one governance gap, because after all, a company going through insolvency is a company. So what happens to the corporate governance? So what you have said, that's why we have kept this session way forward. Because some way, if we have to stop man-made insolvency, if we have to go for trust-based governance, then we have to isolate man-made insolvency to real business failure. So what we are doing it right now, there are just two information. The committee has been formed by MCA, I'm the chairman, and this committee mandate is to suggest board disclosures as for international best practices. Three things we have identified. One is non-financial, that is ESG. Second is the viability, what you are talking about, how we can include it, and we have to, I will take your help, I will take your help. Third is the cyber security. These three things we have identified, and the committee is working. Once draft is ready, we will share. Third thing is, what all of us are right now is struggling. In corporate governance, there are only two things are important: conflict of interest and asymmetry of information. If you are able to handle these two things, there is no problem. So there is another committee, we are doing it. Again, I am the chairman of that committee. Ease of doing business, we are trying to digitalize most of the companies' filing. We are saying that it will be somewhere, as the world has changed, a public registry where you can access. So everything, all right now, there are 14 to 15 statutory register that is kept at corporate debtors' premises. Mostly it is in like printed form. So we are saying this is going to be, we are working, and there is an overwhelming response throughout the country that we must go for a digital. We have to, like Estonia has implemented blockchain, nobody can change it. So AI, blockchain, everything should be digital. So information asymmetry has to be reduced, and we are working on it.
Sir, I'll give you some suggestion later, but just one sentence. One is that when you are asking for disclosure, kindly also ensure that the integrity of disclosure is maintained.
Yeah.
And there is some accountability for that. Otherwise, they would like you to read what they want you to tell. The second thing is, in the UK, there is a law ACTA, where is, if any something wrong take place in the company, the board and the directors are responsible unless they prove that they have taken enough measure to prevent those. So system and processes are in place.
We have gone
something
through
like that.
Yeah.
Here, and what he says that they are not providing information, not giving information, that is.
So UK, we have gone through the director's personal responsibility, because there is a fiduciary duty of director. If something goes wrong, we have never, in India, we don't have many cases on director's liability, what you were doing. And so UK, after 2019, there are jurisprudence, and it is through the court, it is happening. There is one suggestion. I was actually encouraged the kind of discussion we have seen throughout the day, and very serious discussion has taken place. We have a system in Singapore for Companies Act. Similarly, we can think for IBC also, where the government, private person, this kind of a forum is there, and every quarter they meet and they try to give recommendation, because IIPE is one, COC is separate. So we can think of developing this framework, and we are there because we are closer to government. We have autonomy also, because government needs input at the regular time. And this is very important, very important. Singapore is working where the government institutions are there, like here bank can be there, insolvency professional can be there, anyone, because government should have a proper channel of. And the last suggestion, if you can think of, because right now 6 o'clock, more than 100 people are sitting here. It shows the success of the seminar, because at 6 o'clock you will not find more than 10-15 organizers are there.
On a Saturday too, sir.
Yeah. Malaysia has started the system, enforcement by education. So this kind of a workshop, because for the first time we have discussed so much about interim finance. This is the core. We talk about recovery, but we never had this kind of a discussion. So enforcement by education. So here, half of the problem can be solved if we have this kind of a workshop. Every quarter, at least one theme, one day. One theme, one day. It's a big or a small. We are there to volunteer. Suklaji is there. He has a lot of background. He was a full-time member also. So we have to think how we can take it further. And what we have today, finally we have concluded, this is a final insolvency 3.0. And that has to be, what you have said, default to detect. And that is a big challenge for all of us. That's a big takeaway from this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, sir, Yanishji, for wonderful
question. I think young person.
One question. Yeah,
young
please.
person because we actually सब deliver कर रहे हैं question answer नहीं हो रही है.
Hello everybody, hello panelists. My name is Abhishek Periwal. I'm an insolvency professional and I have my fair share of 5 years into insolvency ecosystem. So I had the chance to go through the latest amendments which recently came out, and my simple query is, Sahu sir has definitely informed the best model practices that should be there while into the insolvency ecosystem as an insolvency professional, and Tiwari sir has also informed the red flags about it, that what signals, early warning signals that we should be aware about. Now my query is regarding the timeline. I do understand the early warning signals, sir. I do also understand the best practices that should be followed. I am expected to submit a GCAR, going concern assessment report, within first 30 days of getting the assignment. Now imagine a company which has been struggling to just survive last 5 years, 10 years, and I am just entering into the industry. I am just looking what is there, what's wrong is there. And mind me saying that there is also the lots and lots of litigations which are going through. I have to collate the claims in 30 days. I have to file the applications in first 30 days itself to be confirmed as RP. And then there are a lot of other ROC measures, MCA compliances, a lot of things. And parallelly, I have to submit a going concern assessment report. Now, if my report goes in the other direction, a company which would have been maybe revived goes down the drain, and it's a loss for all the stakeholders. So, sir, Sandeep sir, Goel sir, my question is for you actually. What best practices and parameters can we expect from the banking system that will support us as an insolvency professionals so that we can take a right call?
What we are doing actually, just I have elaborated a little bit about the State Bank is doing. We are doing 360 views. So even we are trying to, it will not go to the your IP level actually. My aim is, my institution aim is, banker aim is, before any eventuality held, we will do the rectification. And but still defaults are there, NPAs are there, SMAs are there. So we are doing what I have told her, around 150 plus 27, roughly 200 tickets we are generating.
Okay,
so once we are generating, we are discussing with the promoters or other stakeholders and rectifying. If it's not rectified, so when it will eventually become NPA or default, we are going for the resolution. Then whatever default we are getting, we are observed, we can share with you. Yeah.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Looking forward to it. And I just have one suggestion also. When, obviously, sir, you are much experienced than what we are, but if at all it matters, we would be highly grateful if we would become a part. After everything is sorted, we can definitely want to give our comments on those so that the system should be in line and in synchronization with each other. That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, may I request Shuklaji to hand over the... No, one lady. One more question?
Yeah. So we often hear that IBC is a resolution mechanism, not a recovery mechanism. But we also hear that creditors have to be empowered. And if creditor is going to file a case, then is undermining the role of IBC as a recovery mechanism the right thing, or the undermining it?
I think the new amendment, even the IP is involved in even from day one, CIIRP IP's role is not deteriorated or...
No. recovery.
Yeah.
Role of IBC as a recovery mechanism, undermining that.
IBC is not a recovery mechanism.
It is not a recovery mechanism.
Yeah, that's what
Later
I'm
on,
saying.
when it is gone to liquidity, only then you start a recovery mechanism.
But sir, let me, are you talking reality or you're talking law?
So,
Cover it, yes. Yes, thank you. So, thank you everyone for a patient hearing. Now we don't have time for further questions. Thank you.
Actually, बहुत सारे हाथ हैं आप लोग टी पे हम लोग डिस्कस
Yes,
कर
yes.
सकते हैं.
Over high tea, you can always.
बट ये अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं लोग, इसका मतलब लोगों को अच्छा लगा आप लोगों
अच्छा लगा, सुन रहे हैं.
किताब हम पढ़ के नेक्स्ट सेमिनार पे आएंगे डिस्कस करने के लिए.
You must have read it. Batra ji.
बड़ी बढ़िया बुक लग रही है.
May I request Sahu sir, Devjyoti sir, Goel sir, and sir, Haldia ji, please stay back. We'll unveil one book. And may I request Ganesha ji sir, please come on stage. Yeah. Have a photograph? Yeah, please. हाँ, आप लोग देखें जरा नीचे से. 6 किताबें एक्चुअली हमारे पास 6 हैं, इसलिए that is the problem.
Thank you, sir. लग रहा है आपकी खैर अच्छी
May I request Vipin ji to come on stage?
103
अभी साथ में आ जाओ.
76 555
आप ये ओपन वाली लेके खड़े हो.
0.
फोटो फोटो
आप आए, आप राइट से पहले करा
book about corporate governance.